Chromium to the book on obtaining life from the heavens. Marsilio Ficino, the Florentine, to the serene and never-conquered King of Hungary. The ancient philosophers, O King, blessed above all men, once they had diligently and thoroughly examined the powers of the heavens and the natures of things below, thinking that a man has wisdom in vain who has it not for his own good, seem rightly to have narrowed their whole examination first and foremost to the end of obtaining life for themselves from heaven. They judged, as I suppose, that the elements and all that is composed therefrom would be known by them in vain, and that the motions and influences of the heavens would be too aimlessly observed, if the knowledge of both, taken jointly together, did not eventually lead to life and happiness for themselves. Thoughts of this kind profited them, as it seems, first of all for this present life. For Pythagoras and Democritus and Apollonius of Tyana, and all who have made their special study, have been, by using the things they knew, attained good health and long life. Such thinking was also of advantage for their future life, both to prolong it by spreading their fame among posterity, and to enjoy it in eternity with God, since from the wondrous order of the whole universe they ultimately came to know its helmsman. And once they knew him, they loved him above all things. As for you, your magnanimity, magnificence, and continual victories promise glory through all the generations to come. Also, divine clemency promises a blessed life everlasting in the presence of God, in return for your outstanding piety and justice. Lastly, your lucky stars have decreed for you a life among mortals which is prosperous and fairly long, in so far as I have been able to infer from certain indications. Without a doubt, your own careful attention and the care of doctors and astrologers can so arrange things that the stars both give faithfully what they promise, and even extend it further with a fuller increase. All the learned astrologers and doctors now testify that this can be done by science and common sense. Now among the books of Plotinus, destined for the great Lorenzo de' Medici, I had recently composed a commentary. The commentary is on the book of Plotinus, which discusses drawing favor down from the heavens. With all this in mind, I have just decided to extract that one and dedicate it especially to your Majesty. For my part, while I am taking care of your life and prosperity, I hope that I will indeed at the same time be taking care of the life and glory of our generation and of the human race. And so that this work of ours might be more strongly beneficial to the king's health and prosperity, I judge that they ought to be sent by valor itself. I beg you, gentle king, to embrace this our friend Valori, for your natural disposition, virtue, and authority are so strong that without you even valor itself can have no strength. The 10th of July, 1489, Florence. the words of Marsilio Ficino to the reader of the following book. Hail, intellectual guest, hail to you. To whosoever you are who approaches our threshold desiring health, see, eager guest, first of all, how hospitable I am. For certainly it was the role of the visitor to first salute the hostelry. But I, before you could salute me, have saluted you as soon as I saw you. I have gladly welcomed you while you were entering, and as yet unknown. And if you stay with me a while, I will give you, please God, the health I promised you. You have gained a lodging friendly to all and now full of love towards you. If by chance you bring with you anything contrary to love, if you have any hate, please dispose of it first, before you approach the life-giving medicines here. For it was the love and pleasure of your parents that gave you life. Conversely, hate and displeasure take away life. Therefore, the person who harbors disagreeable resentment has no share in life-giving medicine. So from now on, I address you not only as my guest, but as my friend. The shop of your friend Marsilio is a bit larger than what you see here, enclosed only in these boundaries, for it is defined not only by the book to come, but also by the two preceding. The whole forms an epitome of medicine, which will assist your life as much as possible, that it may be both healthy and long, and it employs at every point the resources of doctors, aided by the heavens. This shop of ours displays various antidotes, drugs, fomentations, ointments, and remedies, according to the differing mental capacities of nature of men. If in some way they happen to displease you, pass over these, by all means. But do not for that reason repudiate the rest. Finally, if you do not approve of astronomical images, albeit invented for the health of mortals, which even I do not so much approve of as report, dismiss them with my complete permission and even, if you will, my advice. At least do not neglect medicines which have been strengthened by some sort of heavenly aid, unless perhaps you would neglect life itself. For I have found by long and repeated experience that medicines of this kind are as different from one another as medicines made without astrological election as wine is from water. For example, there was an infant who was born half dead in the 8th month of conception at Florence in the month of March, at night when Saturn retrograde was ascending. By this sort of care the child seemed almost to be brought back to life rather than preserved by me, or rather by God. And he has lived in good health now for nearly 3 years. Moreover, if I told you more cases of this sort besides, I would be speaking the truth. I would report them, not to boast, which is totally out of place in the philosopher, but to persuade. But we have addressed you enough already, partly to gain your goodwill, partly to persuade you. From now on, then, let us speak with Plotinus, but in such a way that we will still be taking even greater care of you. In all things which I discuss here or elsewhere, I intend to assert only so much as is approved by the Church. The book on Obtaining Life from the Heavens by Marsilio Ficino of Florence, which he composed among his commentaries on Plotinus. In what, according to Plotinus, the power of attracting favor from the heavens consists, namely, that well-adapted physical forms can easily allure the world's soul and the souls of the stars and the daemons. Chapter 1. If there were only these two things in the universe, on one side the intellect, on the other the body, but no soul, then neither would the intellect be attracted to the body. For intellect is absolutely motionless, without effect, which is the principle of motion, and very far away from the body. Nor would the body be drawn to the intellect, for body is in itself powerless, unsuited for motion, and far removed from the intellect. But if a soul which conforms to both were placed between them, an attraction will easily occur to each one on either side. In the first place, soul is led most easily of all, since she is the prima mobile and movable of herself on her own accord. Moreover, since, as I have said, she is the meaning of things, in her own fashion she contains all things and is proportionally near to both. Therefore she is equally connected with everything, even with those things which are at a distance from one another, because they are not at a distance from her. For besides the fact that on the one side she conforms to the divine, and on the other side to the transient, and even turns to each by desire, at the same she is wholly and simultaneously everywhere. In addition, the world soul possesses by divine power precisely as many seminal reasons of things as there are ideas in the divine mind. By these seminal reasons, she fashioned the same number of species in matter. That is why every single species corresponds through its own seminal reason to its own idea, and oftentimes through its reason it can easily receive something from the idea, since indeed it was made through the reason from the idea. That is why, if at any time the species degenerates from its proper form, it can be formed again, with the reason as the proximate intermediary, and through the idea as an intermediary, can then be easily reformed. And if in the proper manner you bring to bear on a species, or on some individual in it, many things which are dispersed but which conform to the same idea, into this material thus suitably adapted, you will soon draw a particular gift from the idea, through the seminal reason of the soul. For, properly speaking, it is not intellect itself which is led, but soul. And so let no one think of any divinities wholly separate from the matter, or being attracted by any given mundane materials, but that daemons rather are being attracted, and gifts from the ensouled world and from the living stars. Again, let no man wonder that soul can be allured as if it were by material forms, since indeed she herself has created baits of this kind situated and suitable to herself, to be allured thereby, as she always and willingly dwells in them. There is nothing to be found in this whole living world so deformed that the soul does not attend it, that a gift of the soul is not in it. Therefore Zoroaster called such correspondences the forms to the reasons in the existing, in the world soul, divine lures, and Synesius corroborated that they are magical baits. Finally, let no one believe that absolutely all gifts are drawn from the soul to any one particular species of matter at any specific time, but rather at the right moment, only those gifts of that one seed from which such a species has grown, and of seeds that are similar to it. Accordingly, the person who has employed only human things will thence claim for himself not the gifts proper to fish or to birds, but to the human gifts and similar ones. But if he employs things which pertain to such and such a star and daemon, he undergoes a peculiar influence of his star and daemon, like a piece of wood treated with sulfur for a flame that is everywhere present. And he undergoes this influence not only through the rays of the star and the daemon themselves, but also through the very soul of the world everywhere present. For the reason of any star and daemon flourishes in her. It is partly a seminal reason, so that she can generate, and partly an exemplary reason, so that she can know. For according to the more ancient Platonists, from her reasons, the world soul constructed in heavens besides the stars, figures, and such parts of them are also themselves figures of a sort. And she impressed properties on all of these. In the stars, moreover, in their figures, parts and properties are contained all of the species of the things below in their properties. She arranged 48 universal figures, 12 in the zodiac and 36 outside it. Likewise, she placed 36 more figures in the zodiac according to the number of its faces. Again, she arranged the zodiac 360 more figures according to the number of its degrees, for in each degree whatsoever there are many stars that make up images there as well. Similarly, the images, constellations outside the zodiac she divided into many figures, according to the number of zodiacal faces and degrees. Finally, she established certain relations and proportions of the latter universal images to the former universal images. Relations and proportions which themselves also images out there. Figures of this kind each have their own coherence from the rays of their stars, directed towards each other by their own special property. On these well-ordered forms and the forms of lower things depend. They are ordered by them, but even close celestial forms, being set apart from each other, proceed from reasons of the soul that are joined together. And being forms somewhat changeable, they proceed from reasons which are stable. But the reasons, insofar as they do not make up a unity, are traced back to the forms in the intellect in the soul, and the higher intellect, which do make up a unity. And these forms, being multiples, are reduced to the perfectly simple one and good, just as the celestial figures diminish to a point at the pole. But let us return to the soul. When, therefore, the soul gives birth to the specific forms and the powers pertaining to the species of things below, she makes them through their respective reasons with the aid of the stars and the celestial forms. But she produces the endowments peculiar to individuals, which are often in some individuals as marvelous as they are habitually in the species themselves. Likewise, through the seminal reasons, but not so much with the aid of celestial forms and figures as by the location of the individual stars and the relation of the motions and aspects of the planets, both among themselves and with the respect to the stars which are above the planets. Now your own soul, beyond the particular forces of our members, puts forth the general force of life everywhere within us, especially through the heart, as the source of the fire, which is the nearest thing to the soul. In the same way, the world soul, which is active everywhere, unfolds in every place its power of universal life, principally through the sun. Accordingly, some thinkers say entirely. The entire soul, both in us and in the universe, dwells in any member, but most of all in the heart and in the sun. Always remember, though, that just as the power of our soul is brought to bear on our members through the Spirit, so the force of the world soul is spread under the world soul through all living things through the quintessence, which is active everywhere, as the spirit inside the world's body, but that is, power is instilled especially into those things which have absorbed the most of this kind of spirit. This quintessence can be ingested by us more and more if a person knows how best to separate it, mixed in as it is with other elements, or at least how to use those things often which are filled with it, especially in its purer form. Such things are choice wine, sugar, balsam, gold, precious stones, myrobalins, and things which smell most sweet and which shine, and especially things which have in a subtle substance a quality hot, moist, and clear. Such, besides wine, is the whitest sugar, especially if you add it to gold, and the odor of cinnamon and roses. Then, too, just as foods we eat in the right way, although not themselves alive, are converted through our spirit to the form of our life, so also our bodies rightly accommodated to the body and spirit of the world. That is, through cosmic things and through our spirit and drink, and as much as possible from the life of the world. If you want your food to take the form of your brain above all, or of your liver, or of your stomach, eat as much as you can of like food, that is, of the brain, liver, and stomach, of animals which are not far removed from the nature of man. If you want your body and spirit to receive power from some member of the cosmos, say the sun, seek the things which above all are most solar among metals and gems, still more among plants, and more yet among animals, especially human beings, for surely things which are more similar to you confer more of it. These must both be brought to bear externally and, so far as possible, taken internally, especially in the day and the hour of the sun, and while the sun is dominant in a theme of the heavens. Solar things are all those gems and flowers which are called heliotrope, because they turn towards the sun. Likewise gold, orpiment, golden colors, chrysolite, carbuncle, myrrh, frankincense, musk, amber, balsam, yellow honey, sweet calamus, saffron, spikenard, cinnamon, aloewood, and the rest of the spices. The ram, the hawk, the cock, the swan, the lion, the scarab beetle, the crocodile, and people who are blonde, with curly hair, prone to baldness, and magnanimous. The above-mentioned things can be adapted partly to foods, partly to ointments and fumigations, partly to usages and habits. You should frequently perceive to think about these things and love them above all. You should also get a lot of light. If you suspect that your belly is being deprived of the heat of the liver, draw the power of the liver to the belly both by rubbing and by fomentations made from things which agree with the liver, namely from chicory, endive, spodium, agrimony, hepatica, and livers. In the same way, so that your body may not be deprived of Jupiter, take physical exercise in Jupiter's day and hour, and when he is reigning, and in the meantime use jovial things such as silver, jacinth, topaz, coral, crystal, beryl, spodium, sapphire, green and airy colors, wine, sugar, white honey, and entertain thoughts and feelings which are especially jovial, that is, steadfast, composed, religious, and law-abiding, and you will keep company with men of the same kind, men who are sanguine, handsome, and venerable. But remember to mix those things on my list, since they are cold, with gold, wine, mint, saffron, cinnamon, doronicum. Remember, too, that the lamb, the peacock, the eagle, and the young bullock are jovial animals. But how the power of Venus may be attracted by turtle doves, pigeons, white water wagtails, and the rest, modesty forbids me to reveal. On the harmony of the world, on the nature of man according to the stars, how to attract something from some one particular star. Chapter 2. No one should doubt that we ourselves and all things which are around us can, by a way of certain preparations, lay claim to celestial things. For these lower things were made by the heavens, and are ruled continually by them, and were prepared from up there for celestial things in the first place. Most important, the cosmos is itself an animal more unified than any other animal, and the most perfect animal, provided that it is an animal. Therefore, just as in us the quality and motion of any member, in particular a principal member, extend to our other members, so in the cosmos the acts of the principal members move all of the rest, and the inferior members easily receive from the highest, which are ready of their own accord to give. For the more powerful the cause, the more ready it is to act, and therefore the more inclined to give. A little additional preparation, therefore, on our part, suffices to capture the gifts of the celestials, provided each accommodates himself to that gift in particular to which he is particularly the subject. But before we consider what is the astrological property of every one of us as individuals, we ought to consider the property of the human species, and this, the Arab astrologers have agreed, is solar. I infer this to be true from the stature of man, erect and beautiful, from his subtle humors and the clearness of his spirit, from the perspectiveness of his imagination and his pursuit of truth and honor. But I also add to this a mercurial property
on account of the nimble motion of his versatile intelligence. And since man is born naked, defenseless, in need of everything, he obtains all these things for himself by his own industry, which is a property of Mercury. I add also a jovial property on account of the temperate complexion of his body and his laws, and because we receive life in the second month of gestation, which Jupiter rules, and we are born in the 9th, in which he again resumes his authority. And so the human species will be able to appropriate from these three in particular endowments greater still, if and only if it will accommodate itself to them daily more through the solar properties, that is, and mercurial and jovial things. But what of the other planets? Saturn cannot easily signify the common quality and lot of the human race, but he signifies an individual set apart from others, divine or brutish, blessed or bowed down with extreme misery. Mars, the Moon, and Venus signify effects and actions common equally to man, and to the other animals as well. Let us return, therefore, to the Sun, and Jupiter, and Mercury. We have spoken of quite a few Solarian and jovial things, but somehow we have omitted the mercurial things, which include tin, silver, especially quicksilver, silver mercantile, agate, glass, both polyferritic and those kinds which mix yellow and green, emerald, lac, animals, which are clever and at the same time active, such as monkeys and dogs, and people who are elegant, sharp, versatile, and who have oblong faces and hands which are not fat. But those things which pertain to any planet should be sought and performed precisely when it has dignities, as I have previously specified, in its day and hour if possible. Also, when it is in its own house, or in its exaltation, or at least in its triplicity, in its term, or in a cardine of heaven, while it is direct in motion, when it is outside of the burned path, and preferably when it is east of the sun. If it is above the sun, if it is in apogee, and if it is aspected by the moon, if anyone begs a favor from the moon herself and Venus, he will be obliged to do it when they are in similar periods. One obtains things through Venus, through her animals, which we have mentioned, and through carnelian, sapphire, lapis lazuli, brass, yellow or red, coral, and all pretty multicolored or green colors and flowers, musical harmony, and pleasant odors and tastes. From the moon, through things which are white, moist, and green, and through silver and crystal and pearls and silver marcasite. But since Saturn governs stability and perseverance, and Mars effective motion, for the sake of these qualities, we are often forced to beg favor from them too, doing it when they say or in the periods similar to those described above. To get something from Saturn, we must use materials that are somewhat earthy, dusky, and laden. We use smoky jasper, lodestone, cameo, and gold, golden mercantile, and are partly useful for this as well. From Mars, materials which are fiery or red brass, all sulfurous things, iron, bloodstone, Do not doubt that Saturn has quite a bit to do with gold. His weight leads people to believe so. Furthermore, gold, being similar to the sun, is by the same token in all metals in the way the sun is in the planets and the stars, because, as they thought, all their light is but reflected from the sun. But now, if anyone wishes to convict Saturn and Mars of being harmful by nature, which I never would believe, still they are also to be used just as doctors sometimes use poisons. Ptolemy endorses this in his Centiquarium. The force of the Saturn, therefore, cautiously taken, will sometimes profit, just as doctors say those things which do are as astringent and constrictive, even those things which stupefy, as opium and mandrake. And among the martial substances, euphorbium, it's a plant juice which has emetic or purgative qualities, and hellebore, whose drastic effects are discussed at great length in Book 2, and beneficial ones as mentioned in chapter 2.8. The Magi, Brahmins, and the Magi, Brahmins, and the Pythagoreans seem to have been most prudent in this, in that when they feared that Saturn would oppress them on account of their sedulous zeal for philosophizing, they would wear white clothes, use jovial or Fabian sounds and songs every day, and live continually in the open air. Always remember that through a given effect and pursuit of our mind, and through the very quality of our spirit, we are easily and quickly exposed to those planets which signify the same effect and quality and pursuit. Hence, by withdrawal from human affairs, by leisure, solitude, constancy, by theology, the more esoteric philosophies, superstition, magic, agriculture, sorrow, and by sorrow, we come under the influence of Saturn. We come under the influence of Jupiter by civic occupations, by those occupations which strive for honor, by natural philosophy, by the kind of philosophy which most people can understand, by civil religion, and by laws of Mars, by anger and contests, of the sun and of Mercury, by the pursuit of eloquence, of song and truth and glory and skill, and by the skill of Venus, by gaiety and music and festivity of the moon, by a vegetable existence. But keep in mind this difference between them. The more public and grand exercise of one's wits pertains to the sun, the more private, and that given over to skill, the ingenuity rather, to Mercury. Likewise, solemn music becomes to Jupiter and the sun, merry music to Venus, the middle sort to Mercury. There is a similar system with regard to the fixed stars. This is the rule common to the human species. The specific rule for an individual would be to investigate which star promised what good to the individual of his nativity, to beg grace from that star rather than from another, and to wait from any given star not just any gift and what belongs to other stars, but a gift proper to that one. Of course, you can gain much that is common to all planets from the sun as general leader of celestials, or from Jupiter, or much of the same reason, or all mundane things equally from the soul and spirit of the cosmos. That the cosmos is animate, just like any animate thing, and more effectively so. Not only Platonic arguments, but also the testimony of Arabic astrologers thoroughly proves. In the same works, the Arabic writers, the Arabic writers also prove that by an application of our soul and our spirit to the spirit of the cosmos, achieved by a physical science and our effect, celestial goods pass to our soul and body. This happens from down here through our spirit within us, which is a mediator, strengthened by the spirit of the cosmos, and from above by way of the rays of the stars, acting favorably on our spirit, which not only is similar to the rays by nature, but also then makes itself more like celestial things.
Our spirit absorbs the spirit of the world through the rays of the sun and of Jupiter, insofar as it becomes solar and jovial itself. Chapter 4. You will bend your efforts to insinuate into yourself this spirit of the world, above all. For by this, and an intermediary, you will gain certain natural benefits, not only from the world's body, but from its soul, and even from the stars and the daemons. For this spirit is an intermediary between the gross body of the world and its soul, and the stars and daemons exist in it, and by means of it. For whether the world's body and mundane things have their beings directly from the world's soul, as Plotinus and Pyphorica think, or whether the world's body, just like its soul, has its being directly from God, as in the opinion of our theologians and perhaps Timaeus the Pythagorean. The world does wholly live and breathe, and we are permitted to absorb its spirit. This is absorbed by man in particular through his own spirit, which is by its own nature similar to it, especially if it's made more akin to it by art, that is, if it becomes in the highest degree celestial. Now, it becomes celestial if it is purged of filth, and anything at all inhering in it which is unlike the heavens. If there are impurities not only in the bowels but in the mind, if on the skin, if on the clothing, if in the dwelling and the air, they frequently infect the spirit. Their spirit will be made celestial. Finally, if according to the circular motion of the soul and body of the world it too makes circles, if when you frequently behold and think about light it too glows a little, and if things similar to the heavens are frequently brought to bear on it, which are called by Avicenna in his book on the power of the heart, prescribes for the spirit, and which in attempt in our book on the caring of the health of the learned people. In our book, first, the beclouding vapors are separated from the spirit by medicines that purge them. Second, the spirit is made luminous by luminous things. Third, it is so cared for that it may be the same time rarefied and strengthened. Finally, it will be made celestial to the highest degree, so far as that the system dictates which we are now outlining, if the rays and influences chiefly of the sun, when he is dominant among the celestial bodies, are applied to it. And so from this spirit, acting as a mediator in us, the celestial gifts located mainly in it will overflow not only to our body but also to our mind. I say all the celestial goods, because they are all contained in the sun. Now, the sun will conduce in particular to making the spirit solar,
when he is under Aries or Leo, and the moon aspects him, especially in Leo. Then he so enlivens our spirit that he can fortify it to repel the position of the plague. This clearly appears in Babylon and in Egypt and regions pertaining to Leo, where the sun stops the plague when he enters Leo for precisely the reason we have said. You, therefore, collect under Leo solar things which you have sought out far and wide, then begin to use solar things, with this caution, however, that you should carefully avoid drying yourself out under the summer's heat. The spirit, however, cannot easily become solar, unless there is as much of it as possible, for amplitude belongs especially with the sun. What will make it as ample as possible is not only taking care to warm the heart with cordial things inside and out, but also eating a diet of foods that are subtle, but also very nourishing and easily and healthfully so. The same goes for frequent and gentle exercise, timely rest, fine and serene air from heat or cold, and most of all, a joyful mood. Again, the spirit will not be solar unless it is hot and fine and clear. You will make it fine and clear if you avoid sad, gross and dusky things, if you use lucid and joyful things within and without, if you take in a lot of light day and night, and drive out impurities, inactivity, and insensibility, and above all, if you avoid darkness. But if you intend to lead your spirit to the natural heat of the sun, beware lest you lead it on the third degree of heat and dryness. For also, the heat of the sun does not dry itself up. Otherwise the sun would not be the Lord of life and generation and author of increase. Nevertheless, his rays dry accidentally, when they are confined in the hollows of a dry material. And so you should add to the heat subtle moisture, such as is solar and especially jovial, and you should conserve it in your spirit by the use of such solar and jovial things if you intend to make your spirit solar. Otherwise, you might lead it rather to be Martian than solar. They say that in a few properties, which are manifest and not entirely excellent, Mars is similar to the Sun, and at the same time that they are enemies. We know that Jupiter, on the other hand, is most similar to the Sun in gifts, that there are many and excellent, albeit more occult, and that they are the best of friends. That is why Ptolemy, where he discusses consonants, says Jupiter is the most perfectly consonant with the Sun above all, and Venus with the Moon. And all astrologers attribute universal benefits to the Sun and Jupiter alike, although the Sun does the same things for more efficaciously, and Jupiter acts under the power of the Sun. In both, heat flourishes and outweighs moisture, but in Jupiter it outweighs it slightly. In the Sun, it outweighs it by far. In both, benignly. Since, therefore, they are so harmonious, you will easily be able to make your spirit not only jovial, but solar too. And you will be able rightly to mix solar with jovial things, especially if you compound them together and bring them to bear on your own spirit when Jupiter looks upon the Sun with a trine or sextile aspect, or at least when the Moon proceeds from an aspect to one with an aspect with the other, especially when she proceeds from the aspect to the Sun to a conjunction with Jupiter.
You will make your spirits separately solar and jovial, in particular when you observe an aspect of the moon either to the sun or to Jupiter. Though be sure when you have attained the nature of Jupiter, you will easily attain the nature of the sun. Now understand that the sextile aspect is when two planets are 2 signs away from each other, but the trine when they are 4 signs away from each other. However, we measure a conjunction with, or an aspect of, the moon towards the others if they were within 12 degrees on either side of this or that side of the point in question. The 3 graces are Jupiter and the Sun and Venus. Jupiter is the grace, which is the mean between the two and is especially accommodated to us. Chapter 5. You will find the jovial and solar compounds and cures in our book on a long life, and in the book on the care of learned people. We are intermingled also several venereal ones, because studious patients are in danger of drying out, which Venus prevents. And this same Venus is most friendly to Jupiter, as Jupiter is to the Sun, 3 graces, as it were, concordant and conjoined among themselves. From these 3 graces of the heavens, from the stars of the same kind, astrologers hope for and diligently seek out favors. These favors they believe to be transmitted through Mercury and the moon, as if through messengers, and they take care of it, because this is how it happens most often, but most easily and generally through the moon, and they believe the moon is more fortunate when conjoined with Jupiter or Venus, that if she is in an aspect of sextile or trine, nevertheless in a trine aspect, if she also received by them, they consider her as if she were conjoined with them. So also, if she is aspected at the same time she is received by the sun. If we wanted to run through, one by one, all the powers and effects of these 3 and of stars that are similar to them, we would undertake a long work, difficult to research, most difficult to comply with. If we betake ourselves strictly to Venus, we do not easily get to the Sun. If strictly to the Sun, we do not easily get to Venus. Therefore, in order that we may at one time embrace 3 graces in one, we will flee at last to Jupiter, who is the mediator between the Sun and Venus by nature and effect. For he is very temperate in quality, giving whatever is hoped for in Venus or the Sun in way of his own, more magnificently and honorably than Venus, more temperately too than the Sun, and he is in everything most like human nature. And so we will use jovial things when he and the moon have dignity both natural and accidental, and are together or aspecting each other. If at times this is absolutely impossible, mix into one both solar and venereal things, you will therefore make of the 2 a jovial compound. Do this when the moon goes from conjunction with Venus to a sextile aspect of the Sun, or vice versa. But remember, in compounding things that warm and strengthen the heart and spirit, the moon is most effective if she has, along with above gifts, this also, that she runs through an airy sign, especially through Aquarius, because that sign is thought to be the most airy.
or if she is in her own house, or her exaltation, or the house of Jupiter or the sun, and wherever she is, if she holds the mansion of the 28, which is compatible both with herself and with the work.
Concerning our natural power, our vital, and our animal, and which planets give them aid, and how they do so through the aspect of the moon to the sun, to Venus, and especially to Jupiter. Chapter 6. It is truly a discipline of a special importance to grasp correctly which spirit, which force, which thing these planets especially signify. The moon, then, and Venus signify the natural and procreative force and spirit, as well as whatever increases the latter. Jupiter signifies the same, but more efficacious. Also, the liver and stomach. And he plays no mean role in the heart, the spirit, and the vital power, in so far as he agrees with the sun in his own nature, and indeed he plays his role in and of himself. Otherwise the heart would not properly receive the vital spirit in the month of Jupiter. This is why the Greeks called Jupiter life, and the cause of life. The astrologers declare that he also has power over the animal spirit, saying that Jupiter is useful for philosophy and discovering truth, and for religion. So also Plato, when he says that philosophers spring from Jupiter, Homer has also signified just this when he said, expressing the opinion of the ancients, quote, "The mind in men is of such a quality as the Father of gods and men brings upon them from day to day." End quote. He nowhere names any other divinity in this way except Jupiter. The sun signifies principally the vital spirit and the heart, and has some power, indeed quite a lot, in the head, on account of sense and motion, whose master he is, and he has some connection with the natural force. Mercury signifies the brain and the sense organs, and thus the animal spirit. Therefore, the safest way will be to do nothing without the favor of the moon, since she conveys heavenly things generally, frequently, and easily to things below. They call her a second sun because she creates in any month the equivalent of 4 seasons of the year. For in her first quarter, the Peripatetics think that the moon is hot and moist, and in the second, hot and dry, in the third, cold and dry, and in the fourth, cold and moist. They believe that her light is indisputably the light of the sun, that she rules moisture and generation and measures out all the changes of the foetus in the womb by her own changes, and that as often as the moon is in conjunction with the sun, she receives a life-giving power from him, which she infuses in her moisture, and she receives from Mercury in the same place, a force which blends her moistures. Mercury has this force both with virtue and of his own transformation into other planets, and by virtue of his many revolutions. Likewise, at the same time and place, she receives a force from Venus, which conduces to forms suitable for generation. It would be worthwhile to remember that the daily course of the moon is also divided into 4 quarter cycles. In the first quarter, then, she ascends from the east to the midheaven, and during this time she increases moisture and the natural spirit. In the second quarter, from midheaven, she comes to the west and affects the opposite in us. In her third quarter, from the west, she approaches the midheaven underneath, and again increases that the spirit and moisture in the fourth quarter. She sinks thence towards her rising and in turn diminishes them. This is especially apparent on the ocean, where the sea quite clearly flows and ebbs according to this pattern. And, in the same way, strength flows and ebbs in sick men. It is probable that the sun too, by the same quarter cycles of his own, increases or lessens the natural heat and the vital spirit. He similarly affects the animal spirit insofar as he has Mercury for his companion. Knowing these things, the physician will be able to keep to the more opportune times to refresh the animal in natural heat or moisture or any spirit at all. But now that's enough about the moon. Do not disregard Jupiter, in one of whose months, the second, we have received life, in the other, the ninth. Most of us, the luckier ones, were born, and in quality and effect, he is the mediator between the sun and Venus, and likewise between the sun and the moon, and therefore he embraces all things. We consider it criminal and dangerous to neglect to the sun, the Lord of heaven himself, unless perhaps you could say that he who has Jupiter already has in him the sun, and that there the sun is best tempered for human beings, that all the powers of the heavens are assuredly in the sun. Not only Iamblichus and Julian, but all men affirm, and Proclus says that all the powers of the celestials are gathered and collected into one in the presence of the visible sun. That Jupiter, indeed, is a sun tempered for us, no one will deny. Do not overlook the fact that the moon also is tempered to Venus. For Venus is very good for a healthy and prosperous life, since she makes a man fruitful and happy. Therefore, you will observe her, and yet, if you should properly combine the moon, similar to Venus, absolutely equal in moisture and scarcely hot, the Jupiter or the moon, you would almost now have a Venus. Well, then, in order to proceed by the safest and also the most convenient way, observe the moon when she aspects the sun and is coming together with Jupiter, or at least when she aspects Jupiter and the sun at the same time, or certainly when, soon after an aspect with the sun, she is moving to a conjunction or aspect with Jupiter, and at one and the same time combine with each other solar and jovial things together with venereal and apply them to yourself. If necessity or business should force you to have recourse to only one out of the great ones, have recourse to Jupiter himself, or preferably to both the moon and Jupiter, for no star supports and strengthens the natural forces, the forces that are within us. Indeed, all the forces, more than does Jupiter, nor does any star offer more or more prosperous things. And to receive him is beneficial in all circumstances, but to receive the sun is perhaps not in all circumstances safe, for Jupiter is always beneficial. The sun often seems to harm. Venus, in and of herself, as if she were weak. Therefore only Jupiter is called helping father. Ptolemy too confirms this when he says that a drug has hardly any effect at all upon nature when the moon comes together with Jupiter. And he even thinks that the whole nature of the body of the universe is strengthened, especially from that conjunction. Furthermore, I know by experience that when the moon is in conjunction with Venus, medicine has hardly any effect. Yet when phlegm is a danger, we should observe the moon in relation rather to the sun, and when, and only when, we fear bile and drying out, in relation to Venus. Nevertheless, if you direct the moon to Jupiter, it is somewhat useful for all these things, and especially for the expulsion of black bile, and for the renewal and strengthening of the complexion common to all human beings. For just as licorice and rose oil make colder things warm and hotter things cool, and the same goes for wine, so Jupiter is similar to human heat, like wine, rose oil, chamomile, and licorice. When, therefore, you hear Albamasar saying, "There is no life for the living aside from God, except through the sun and the moon," understand this insofar as it concerns the influence common to all living things, more proper to man and most accommodated to him as in the influence from Jupiter. There are in the nature of body forces of attraction, retention, digestion, and expulsion. As these, therefore, are aided by Jupiter himself, but especially that the power of concocting or digesting and of generating, nourishing, and growing, because of his airy and abundant moisture, and his ample heat, which moderately dominates the moisture. Indeed, the rays of Jupiter, always and everywhere diffused, greatly temper the light of the sun for the particular welfare of man, while the rays of Venus contribute continuously to the same end. And the moon contributes likewise when she transmits it. The rays of Venus and the moon, as they are rather moist, need some tempering factor, just as the rays of the sun, being rather hot, demand the tempering of something rather moist. But the rays of Jupiter need no tempering, for what else is Jupiter but a sun tempered from the start, especially for the welfare of human things? What else is he but a moon and a Venus, made, however, more hot and powerful Accordingly, from the position of Jupiter, astrologers predict that a year will be fertile, fair, and healthful, and hope he will remedy whatever diseases are impending. And when Empedocles and when Empedocles assigned to each one of the planets, I had a tongue twister there, when he assigned to each one of the planets its proper functions, following Orpheus, he named Jupiter alone with one of the rulers of generation. Besides Jupiter, they advised that the moon be carefully observed in all works as a suitable mediator between heavenly and earthly things. Accordingly, let the moon be in the degree, position, and aspect fitting for the desired work. Let her not be in the ecliptic, nor under the ray of the sun within the space of the 12 degrees on this side or that, unless she happens to be in the very same minute with the sun. Indeed, many authorities would have said that all the planets are strong when they are in conjunction with the sun. They measure conjunction, moreover, by 32 minutes. Since they count 16 on this side and 16 on that. Do not let the moon be impeded by Saturn or Mars. Do not let her be drawn into a southern latitude when she traverses those 12 degrees surrounding the sun. Let her not be in opposition to the sun, nor diminished in light, nor slow in her course, that is, when in one day she does not move 12 degrees. Let her not be in the burned path from the 12th degree of Libra to the 3rd of Scorpio, nor in the 8th, nor in the ascendant, nor in the terms of Mars or Saturn. Some authorities do not even wish the moon to be in the 6th, 12th, 9th, or 4th. In the other regions of heaven they approve her. In cases where you are not able to manage all of these caveats, at least look for Jupiter or Venus either in the ascendant or in the 10th place, for so they compensate for the debilities of the moon. In this connection, remember that insofar as the moon is increasing in light, so far also not moisture is increased in this, but also spirit and power. And these dilate to the circumference, especially in her second quarter. But when she is decreasing in light, the opposite happens, especially in her last quarter. For her first trine aspect to the sun takes precedence over her second trine over her first sextiles, and her first sextile over her second. Insofar as the moon is refilled with light, so also is she refilled with heat. Some authorities seem, therefore, to observe not so much how the moon aspects the sun, for she always aspects him, as that she have as much light as possible, especially when she is waxing. And meanwhile, she should be in trine or sextile aspect with Jupiter or Venus. Now, fiery things aid the attractive power, earthly things the retentive power, airy the digestive, and watery the explosive. If you want to help all these in yourself, strengthen, and especially the attractive power through fiery things. When the moon is set in the fiery signs or positions, namely Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and aspects Jupiter. aid the retentive through earthly things, especially when the moon is located in earthly signs or positions, such as Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn, and aspects to him as well. The digestive and generative virtue is aided through airy things, as often as the moon under Aries signs, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius, aspects or approaches Jupiter. The expulsive virtue is aided through the watery, that is, when the moon is placed under the watery signs, that is, Cancer, Pisces, and Scorpio, is illuminated by the rays of Jupiter. But especially, will you attain which you desire in all these areas if Jupiter occupies the same, similar, or at least not very different signs or positions as the moon? If you are going to simulate the bowels with solid medicines, look to Pisces with liquid medicines, Scorpio with something in between, Cancer. If you're going to purge through that lower part, look to Pisces and Scorpio. If through the upper part, Cancer. Avoid the malefic aspect of Saturn and Mars towards the moon, for the former distributes the stomach, the latter loosens the intestines. Avoid Capricorn and Taurus, for they bring nausea. You know not to irritate a part of the body when the moon occupies the sign ruling it, for indeed she moves the fluids, but rather to foster that part. These recommendations are sufficient for the natural power and spirit dominating, particularly in the liver, which are divided into the 4 functions which we have related. But what are we to advise concerning the vital power and spirit flourishing in the heart? Almost enough has been said of them, for these are aided especially through fiery and also somewhat through airy things. When the moon aspects Jupiter in houses or seats similar to this, especially if she includes Jupiter and the Sun, if you can also strengthen the animal spirit, which rules in the head because it rules sense and motion through airy things, in particular, with fiery ones subjoined, when the moon aspects Jupiter in both houses or seats similar to this, especially if she similarly includes not only Jupiter but Mercury. Here indeed I warn you lest you think Mercury watery or earthy, which I also once suspected, for if he were, he would not be useful for motion or for quickness of his intelligence. On the contrary, you should know that he is somewhat airy, for this is the reason that he is so mobile, so easily changeable, and that he is so good for the intelligence, especially when situated in Aquarius, which is quite airy. Moisture indeed is tempered in him. Heat is slight, positioned under the sun's rays. He is said to dry under those rays. At his elongation from the sun, however, he is thought to moisten. Under the sun's rays he is thought to heat a lot according to the nature of the sun, but away from him, to heat very slightly and moisten more accordance with his own nature. In heat, perhaps he does not yield place to Venus. He surpasses the moon, but he yields to both. In moisture, Halley shows that Mercury mixes together the qualities of the celestials, since he is so easily changed by both into the quality of the term which he enters and the nature of the star he aspects. I think that this planet is so easily changed, but he does not have the superior power which Jupiter has, nor a preeminent quality as most celestials have, through which he might resist change. Finally, it is probable that Mercury, a constant Achates of the Sun, has many of the Sun's forces, and hence that you can hope to get solar things from Mercury. But sometimes they say that Mars too imitates the Sun in certain benefits, that Venus bestows those things which pertain to the Moon. Remember these counsels, then, in our own operations, nor should you ever neglect terms, for they say that the planets, when they are in terms as different from each, they are different from each other as light and dark, and do opposite things. Finally, when you fear Mars, set Venus opposite. When you fear Saturn, use Jupiter. And see to it that you engage in some continual motion so far as possible, just so you avoid weariness, and make sure that your own motion is the opposite of external motions which are secretly going to harm you, and that you imitate so far as possible the action of the heavens. But if you can pass through larger spaces in your motion, you will thereby imitate the heavens, and all the more will get into contact with more of the strengths of the celestials, which are diffused everywhere. How parts of the body are fostered through relation to the moon, to signs and fixed stars. Chapter 7. You will be able to foster the entire body, as we have said, and especially the head, if you will wait to act until the planets are in Aries, or each one of them in its own first house. The same goes for the heart, if they are in Leo, the stomach and the liver, if in Cancer and Sagittarius, or at least in Virgo. You will act when those combinations occur, which especially relate to the part in the question. It is also useful to know which part of the body each planet rules in any sign whatsoever. You can also properly take care of each patient according to its particular age through the 4 ages of the moon. As from the new moon to the first quarter, she is youthful. Then to the moon when she is youthful and manly. From here to the other quarter, she is both manly and old. Then to her conjunction, she is old. And you will thus apply the change and the age of the moon profitably by the age of the body you are treating. If you also wait until she is in aspect with one of the other 3 graces, such an aspect of the moon always bestows agreeable things, and it does it quickly. Nevertheless, it will not very easily bestow lasting things, or the greatest things, unless, besides aspecting the moon, the graces themselves should aspect one another already, or be about to do so, either all 3 or 2 of them. The fixed signs in particular, that is, Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, and Scorpio, furnish things that last. So if you should happen not to be able just when to wait until the moon is fittingly approaching the gracious planets, choose fixed stars which share the nature of the graces, that is, Jupiter, Venus, or the Sun, and wait until the moon is directed to these instead. Nevertheless, it is safer that the moon, at the time, should be on the verge of approaching Jupiter or Venus. For indeed, If the fixed stars alone are in aspect with her, they excessively overcome the human proportion. I mean, that of one individual. But fixed stars are more commensurate with cities.
Concerning the powers and the use of the fixed stars. Chapter 8. Astrologers say that a certain major stars discovered by Mercurius have the greatest power possible, such as the mercurial and venereal navel of Andromeda in the 22nd degree of Aries. Likewise, in the 18th degree of Taurus, the head, called Algol, which possesses the nature of Saturn and Jupiter. They would have it that diamond and mugwort are under this star, and that it promotes boldness and victory. In the 22nd degree of Taurus, there are the Pleiades, a constellation that is lunar and martial, under which they place crystal, the herb diacetin, and fennel seed. They think it is useful for sharpening the sense of vision. The belief of some, however, that it is good for calling together daemons, I consider to be a fiction. Aldebaran, in the 1st or 3rd degree of Gemini, is martial and venereal. The goat in the 13th degree of Gemini is jovial and saturnine. Under the goat they place sapphire, horehound, mint, mugwort, and mandrake. They believe it helps one towards honor and the favor of princes, unless perhaps their imagination deceives them. They would have it that ruby, spurge, and woodruff are under Aldebaran, and that it increases riches and glory. In the 6th or 7th degree of Cancer, the venereal Canis Major, it rules beryl, savin, mugwort, and draconite. It proffers favor. Likewise, in the 17th of the same, the mercurial and martial Canis Minor, they think that under it the agate, or heliotrope, the herbs, and pennyroyal are placed, and that it bestows favor. In the 21st degree of Leo, the heart of the lion, a royal, jovial, and martial star, under which they think are placed the garnet, swallowwort, and mastic. They think it represses melancholy and makes a man temperate and agreeable. In the 19th degree of Virgo is the venereal and lunar tail of Ursa Major. They think that its stone is the magnet, its herbs, chicory, and mugwort, and that it provides protection from robbers and poisonings. In the 7th degree of Libra, the right wing of the raven, likewise in the 12th or perhaps the 13th degree of Libra, the saturnine and martial left wing of the raven, they say that its herbs are sorrel and henbane, along with a frog's tongue, that it increases boldness, and that it will be noxious. In the 15th or 16th degree of Libra, the venereal and mercurial spica, which emerald, sage, trefoil, promorola, mugwort, and mandrake follow, that it increases riches and victory and releases from poverty. Then, in the 17th or 18th degree of Libra, Alchemeth. To this they subject jasper and plantain. They hope that it strengthens the blood and expels all fevers. In the 4th degree of Scorpio, the venereal and Martian Althea, but according to another computation, in the 5th degree of Scorpio is Cornea, perhaps is the same star, presiding over topaz, rosemary, trefoil, and ivy. They think its increased grace, chastity, and glory. In the 3rd degree of Sagittarius, the martial and jovial heart of the scorpion, presiding over sardonyx, amethyst, long birthwort, and saffron. They think that it makes the color good, the mind happy and wise, and that it derives out daemons. In the 7th degree of Capricorn, the falling vulture, which chrysolite, savory, and fumitory follow. This star is mercurial, venereal, and temperate. It's beneficial when in the ascent and midheaven. But as for the belief that it confers the authority to exercise, I discount that. In the 16th degree of Aquarius, the saturnine and mercurial tail of Capricorn, which chalcedony follows, and marjoram, catnip, mugwort, and mandrake, they think that it furnishes favor in lawsuits, increases wealth, and makes men and their homes safe. In the 3rd degree of Pisces, the jovial and martial shoulder of the horse. The philosopher teaches that in order to capture the power of any of the stars just mentioned, one should take its stone and herb and make a gold or silver ring, and should insert the stone with the herb underneath it, and wearing it touching your flesh. Do this when the moon passes the star or looks at it with a trine sextile aspect, and when the star itself is passing in the midheaven or in the ascendant. But I, indeed, would compound the things which pertain to the stars of this sort in the form of a medicine rather than of a ring, applied internally or externally, waiting, of course, for the aforesaid proper time. And yet the ancients thought highly of rings, for Damis and Philostratus relate that Hierarchus, the chief of the Indian wise men, made 7 rings in a similar way, named after the 7 stars, and gave them to Apollonius of Tyana, who afterwards wore one of them each day, distributing them according to the names of the days of the week. Hierarchus told Apollonius that his grandfather, a philosopher, had lived for 130 years, perhaps because of his reliance upon a celestial gift of this sort. Apollonius then used this and looked young, so they say, until he was 100. But in brief, if rings of this sort have any power from on high, I do not think it pertains so much to the soul or to our gross body as to the spirit, which is affected in this way, or that, as the ring is heated little by little, so that it is made firmer or clearer, stronger or milder, more austere, more joyful. These influences pass over completely into the body and somewhat into the sensual part of the soul, which quite often gives into the body. But in so far as they promise that the rings are as useful against daemons or to acquire the favor of rulers, this is either a fiction or deduced from the fact that they make spirit fearless and firm, or in the other case gentle, amiable and serving, and complacent. But now, if I were to say that celestial things confer something beyond physical health to one's intelligence, skill, and fortune, I would not be at a variance with our Thomas Aquinas, who in his 3rd book Against the Gentiles proves that something is impressed on our body by celestial bodies, by whose gift we are disposed often to choose what is better, even if we don't know the reason or the outcome. He indeed calls such men favorable by fortune in this regard, and, with Aristotle's support, favored by birth. He also adds that by celestial power some men are made successful in the execution of certain arts, to use his words, as a soldier lucky in conquering, a farmer in planting, a physician in healing. For he says that Just as herbs and stones have certain wondrous powers from the heavens beyond their elemental nature, so also do have some men in the arts. It would satisfy me if these celestials were able somehow or other, as if through medicines internal or external, to contribute to good health, provided that we, while seeking the health of our bodies, we do not throw overboard the salvation of our souls. Let us by no means over-attempt anything forbidden by holy religion. Moreover, in performing any work, let us hope for and seek the fruit of the work principally from Him who made both the celestial and those things which are contained in the heavens, who gave them their power, and who will always move and preserve them. The dignities of planets and the signs which must be observed for the use of medicines. Chapter 9. The house of Saturn is Aquarius and Capricorn. His exaltation, Libra. The house of Jupiter is Sagittarius and Pisces. His exaltation or kingdom, Cancer. The house of Mars is Scorpio and Aries. His exaltation, Capricorn. The house of the Sun is Leo. His exaltation, Aries. The house of Venus is Taurus and Libra. Her exaltation, Pisces. The house of Mercury is Virgo and Gemini. His exaltation, Virgo. The house of the Moon is Cancer. Her exaltation, Taurus. Saturn and Jupiter have their triplicity in fiery and watery signs. The Sun only in fiery signs. Mercury only in airy signs. Mars, Venus, and the Moon in watery and earthy signs. Each of the planets except for the Sun and Moon possess in it each sign certain borders of their own, which we call terms. Accordingly, in Aries, Jupiter there has the first 6 terms, Venus the 6th, Mercury the next 8, Mars the next 5, and Saturn the last 5. In Taurus, then, in a similar order, Venus has 8 terms, Mercury 6, Jupiter 8, Saturn 5, and finally Mars 3. In Gemini, Mercury has 6, Jupiter 6, Venus 5, Mars 7, and Saturn 6. In Cancer, Mars has 7, Venus 6, Mercury 6, Jupiter 7, and Saturn 4. In Leo, Jupiter has 6, Venus 5, Saturn 7, Mercury 6, and Mars 6. In Virgo, Mercury has 7, Venus 10, Jupiter 4, Mars 7, and Saturn 2. In Libra, Saturn has 6, Mercury 8, Jupiter 7, Venus 7, and Mars 2. In Scorpio, Mars has 7, Venus 4, Mercury 8, Jupiter 5, and Saturn 6. In Sagittarius, Jupiter has 12, Venus 5, Mercury 4, Saturn 5, and Mars 4. In Capricorn, Mercury has 7, Jupiter 7, Venus 8, Saturn 4, and Mars 4. In Aquarius, Mercury has 7, Venus 6, Jupiter 7, Mars 5, and Saturn 5. In Pisces, Venus has 12, Jupiter 4, Mercury 3, Mars 9, and Saturn 2. The Sun and the Moon, however, have their own terms by another rule. For the Sun has 6 signs for its terms: Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricorn. The Moon has the rest: Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer. They think, therefore, that the Sun and Moon in these signs have that dominion and effect which the rest of the planets have in their terms. In the signs, besides their terms, the planets have faces, which the Greeks call decans, each occupying 10 degrees of the sign. In Aries, the first face is that of Mars, the second is that of the Sun, who follows Mars in the sky. In the order of the Chaldeans, the third face would be that of Venus, because she follows the Sun in the sky. In Taurus, the first face is that of Mercury, who follows Venus. The Saturn face is that of the Moon, who follows Mercury. The third is that of Saturn. For we must return to him. Now that we have enumerated all of the planets, in Gemini, the first face is that of Jupiter, who follows Saturn. The second is that of Mars. The third is that of the Sun, in the same order and similarly thereafter.
How we should use the plants in medicines. Chapter 10. We have recounted the dignities which the planets have in the signs, so that whenever we are about to make or compound those things which pertain to any planet, we may know how to place the planet in its dignities, especially when the planet held the first place in anniversary and nativity. Accordingly, even Saturn and Mars, although otherwise we ought to place them in their debilities, must be placed in their dignities if they have been signifiers in our natal horoscope. But we will readily have accomplished something worthwhile with this treaty if we become careful. When we are going to use the favor of the Moon, Venus, and Jupiter in making medicines, that they are not in terms of Saturn or Mars, unless we happen to need either to check looseness and repress the heat of infection by means of Saturn, or to warm the very cold parts and arouse the torpid ones by means of Mars. In all other cases, we will choose the terms of Jupiter and Venus. We will also choose the terms of Mercury, when we mean to help the people who are especially mercurial. It ought not to escape our notice that people who are very mercurial, such as those who are strong in intelligence, in professional skill, and in eloquence, are quite solar, for Mercury is always full of Apollo. But in order that anyone may understand how we distribute the figures in the sky into zones, we call the sign which, rising from the eastern horizon, the first place of the place of life. The sign which rises next we call the second place, then third, and so on for the rest, so that the seventh place is the sign which is now descending in the west and is opposite to the ascending sign. The eighth place is succeedent to this one. The ninth, indeed, is cadent from midheaven, which forms the 10th place. The 11th is the successant, but the 12th is cadent from the ascendant. In order, therefore, the planets to be powerful, one must have them in the cardines either in the east or the west, or in the midheaven on both sides of the earth, but especially in the cardine of the ascent or of the 10th place, which occupies the midheaven above our head, or at least in the places which are directly succeedent to the cardines, although they think that the sun even rejoices in the 9th place, which is cadent from the midheaven, the moon in the 3rd, which also is cadent. Among these rules, astrologers want to be kept in mind, one with reference to the sick man, the other to the doctor. When the 7th place of a sick person is unfortunate because of Saturn or Mars, or when the lord of that place is unfortunate, separate from the doctor from the sick person, if you believe Ptolemy. In addition, if you are going to choose a doctor, they bid you to avoid a Saturnine or a Martial one, and so
Seek out him who, in geniture, in the sixth place, was fortunate in some way through the aspect of the Sun, or because of Venus or Jupiter. Now we call a sign or planet unfortunate through Saturn or Mars, either when Saturn and Mars are there or when they look thither from opposition or a quartile aspect. We call the aspect opposition, because those stars which are separated by the farthest distances possible, and quartile when the star is distant from that by a quarter of the sky, that is, by the space of 3 signs. Saturn and Mars, however, are less harmful to the other planets through conjunction, opposition, and the quartile aspect, when they also receive them as gifts in their respective houses, exaltations, or terms. In the same way, the fortunate planets are of great usefulness when, besides their sextile or trine aspect to their conjunction, they also thus receive the other planets into their houses. Nevertheless, planets fear conjunction with the Sun. They rejoice in his trine or sextile aspects. Accordingly, you must remember that Aries has power over head and face, Taurus over the neck, Gemini, the forearms and shoulders, Cancer, the breast, lungs, stomach, and upper arms, Leo, the heart, stomach, liver, back, and back parts of the ribs, Virgo, the intestines and lower stomach, Libra, the kidneys, thighs, and buttocks, Scorpio, the genitals, the vulva, and the womb, Sagittarius, the thighs and parts below the groin, Capricorn, the knees, Aquarius, the legs and shins, Pisces, the feet. Mindful of this order, you will take care not to touch a part of the body with iron or fire or cupping glass when the moon enters the part's sign, for then the moon increases the fluids in that part, the flow of which both keeps it from knitting together and weighs down its power. But then you will take care to foster the part opportunely and fortunately with certain pleasing remedies applied either externally or internally. But it is useful to know what sign was in the adjacent when you were born, for besides Aries, this sign also signifies your head, and the moon, when in this sign, looks after your head. Moreover, when the moon enters Aries, you may opportunely try baths and washings. When she enters Cancer, diminish the blood. It is the fortunate time for it, and take medicine specifically in the form of an electuary. When the moon is in Leo, do not include vomiting. When she is in Libra, she is suitable for cloisters. When she is in Scorpio, do not try bathing. There are those who neither prohibit nor prescribe giving a loosening medicine. When she is in Capricorn, it is harmful to take medicine, and likewise in Aquarius, but when in Pisces, it is good. Now, as to which parts one of the planets rules in any sign, even if it is necessary to know, nevertheless, it is too lengthy to recount. But we should notice Ptolemy's precept in purging the bowels. We approve of taking a purgative medicine when the moon is in Cancer, Pisces, or Scorpio, especially if the lord of the sign then ascending is approaching a planet which is passing under the earth. If, on the contrary, the lord of the ascendant is at the time in conjunction overhead with a planet which occupies the midheaven, you should immediately induce nausea and vomiting. Finally, let us conclude with Galen that astrology is necessary for the physician. Discussing critical days, he says that what the Egyptians say is true, namely, that the moon signifies the condition of both the sick and the healthy person day by day, so that if the rays of Jupiter and Venus are mixed with the moon, each of them is influenced for the better. If, on the contrary, it is the rays of Saturn and Mars, each would find himself to be affected adversely. But now, having digressed rather widely, let us return at last to the spirit, to life, and to the graces. The ways in which our spirit can draw the most from the spirit and the life of the world, which planets generate and restore spirit, and what things pertain to each planet. Chapter 11. All these discussions are for this purpose, that through the rays of the stars opportunely received, our spirit properly prepared and purged through natural things may receive the most from the very spirit of the life of the world. The life of the world, innate in everything, is clearly propagated into plants and trees, like the body hair and tresses of its body. Moreover, the world is pregnant with stones and metals, like its bones and teeth. It sprouts also not in shells, which living clinging to the earth and to stones, for these things live not so much by their own life, as by the common life of the universal whole self. This universal life indeed flourishes much more above the earth in the subtle bodies, which are nearer to soul. Through its inward power, water, air, and fire possess living things proper to them and partake of motion. More than it does earth and water, this life warms air and fire, and drives them in perpetual motion. And finally, it animates in the highest degree possible the celestial bodies, which are like the head, heart, or eyes of the world. From there, through the stars as through eyes, it spreads everywhere, not only visible, but also through its visual rays. By these, like a sparrow, as we have said elsewhere, it looks upon things below and fosters them by its look, and even thus generates them by its touch, shapes them variously, and moves them, while experiencing, therefore, the motion of shining water, of clear air, of a fire that is not too close, and of the sky. You will receive the motion of the life of the world, if you yourself also move lightly, and in almost the same way, executing as many gyrations as you can without dizziness, traversingly the celestial bodies with your eyes, and revolving them in your mind. Likewise, by a frequent use of plants and a similar use of living things, you can draw the most from the spirit of the world, especially if you nourish and foster yourself by things which are still living, fresh, and all but still clinging, as it were, to Mother Earth. And if you dwell as frequently as possible among the plants which have a pleasant smell, or at least not a bad one, for the herbs, flowers, trees, and fruits have an odor, even though you often do not notice it. By this odor they restore and invigorate you on all sides, as if by the breath and spirit of the life of the world. Your spirit, I say, is very similar by nature to odors of this sort, and through the spirit, a mediator between the body and the soul, the odors also easily refresh the body and are of wondrous advantage to the soul. Among these things you will dwell by day in open air for the longest time that it can safely or conveniently be done, in lofty, clear, and temperate regions. For thus the rays of the sun and the stars touch you more readily and purely on all sides. And if they fill your spirit with the spirit of the world, shining forth more richly through their rays. Moreover, even the natural motion of air, which goes perpetually round and round, although it is scarcely perceived by anyone on account of its gentleness and its constant daily presence, laps you freely and penetrates you purely when you are walking about day by day in the open air and dwelling in open and lofty places, and it wondrously furnishes your spirit with the motion and power of the world. Note, I say, by day, for we have found by experience that night air is bad for the spirits. But the use of daytime air helps them, especially if in your frequent strolls in the open you first and most of all avoid excessively inclement air. Next, you should move about in it more when, besides its temperateness and clearness, the position of the stars is more salutary to human beings. Likewise, it is good if you select the most odoriferous places through which you should change your dwelling daily, and yourself must almost constantly and gently. I have advised the changing your place, though always by your own choice, because the good things of the heavens and of all the nature are disturbed among us widely in this or that thing or place, and of them indeed should be enjoyed, not to mention the fact that variety prevents boredom, which is hostile to the spirits and belongs to Saturn. Indeed, variety brings pleasure, through which, so to say, Venus herself, the friend of pleasure, comes into spirit, and as soon as she has entered it, she propagates it in her functions. In sum, if one considers paradise and the use of the fruit of life written by Moses, if he considers the similar mode of life by Plato in the Phaedo, and what Pliny says about people, subsidence is odors, he will understand that what we say is true. But let us proceed to the nature of the spirit. The quality of the spirit is undoubtedly jovial, in whose time it is infused into us. Its quality is also solar, for Jupiter infuses this into us insofar as he tempers in himself the overwhelming power of the sun. Likewise, it is also jovial in another way, since it is hot and moist, and abounds more in heat than in moisture, and is born of blood, and indeed is called a vapor of blood. Again, it is judged without a doubt to be solar, because it is hot and very subtle and shining, and arises from the heart. It also has somewhat venereal virtue in it, for by the venereal motion it rushes forth, flowing along, it's transferred to the female, and propagates offspring, dilates the pleasure of any sense, and flees pain. In sum, then, the spirit is considered jovial, venereal, the solar insofar as it leads to the body's life, motion, and propagation. It is considered solar or mercurial insofar as it ministers sense and imagination to the mind. And in any case, it is mercurial, since it is so mobile and so easily changeable and plastic-like. A healthy spirit does not have much in common with Saturn, Mars, or the moon, Otherwise, it would be foolish as a result of the first, mad from the second, and insensitive from the last. In line with this, lunar things, being too heavy and moist, are very foreign to the subtle and volatile spirit of the nature. Things which are very saturnine and too martial are like poisons, naturally hostile to the spirit, the former on account of Mars' extreme coldness and dryness, the latter on account of Saturn's dryness and consuming heat. Therefore, the nature of the spirit is considered to be chiefly jovial and solar, and in the next place, mercurial, and in some measure venereal. But with this important subdivision, that the natural spirit properly assigned to Jupiter, the vital spirit to the Sun, the animal to Mercury. When, therefore, the case demands that you help someone of the three spirits, the poor client will be difficult to help at a time when its patron is unfortunate or debilitated. But most difficult of all will be helping the animal spirit while Mercury is unfortunately disposed, because he has such power over the animal spirit that he is said to both to put minds to sleep and to wake them with his caduceus. That is to say, by any aspect of his, disposed this way or that, he can miraculously either blunt the wits or sharpen them, waken or strengthen them, agitate or calm them. Therefore, often as you desire to cultivate any spirit, you will not only make sure that its patron is fortunate and powerful, but also elect a time when the moon is directed opportunely toward his patron. Now, through the influence of Saturn alone, the substance of spirit is properly neither created nor recreated at any time, but it is always recalled by him from the counter to the innermost faculties, to the subjects, and often from the lowest to the highest. For this reason, he helps one contemplate the more secret and higher subjects. Nevertheless, although rarely the power of Mars and Saturn can be to the advantage of the spirit as a medicine, either by warming it when necessary, by stimulating and dilating it, or in Saturn's case by repressing a spirit that is too volatile. By the nature of the spirit it is especially created and restored through those things which are in accord with the former four planets. But if you turn away intensely and unselectively to whatsoever is solar, you will sharpen the spirit and then dry it up and eventually dissipate it. If similarly you should turn to venereal things, you will soften it little by little, or blunt it. If you trust only in mercurial things, then you will accomplish very little. Hence, it will be worthwhile to use jovial things as much as possible, and to mingle the other kinds of things moderately with them, and to make a more frequent use of those which are either equally common to all of the planets or proper to Jupiter. For things proper to Jupiter are also somewhat common to all, but in common to all the planets belongs to those which have substance neither too fiery, nor too earthly, nor simply watery, and a quality not very sharp or dull, but moderate, smooth and somewhat soft to touch, or at least not hard or rough, sweet to taste, agreeable to smell, pleasant to see, charming and delightful to hear, joyful to think about. A certain sweetness of taste and pleasing quality, therefore, is common to all these planets. If the sweetness is, as it were, watery and at the same time rich, it pertains more to Venus. If it is, as it were, somewhat harsh, it pertains rather to Mercury. If these things are not so much to use for the spirit, nevertheless, they are sometimes necessary for blunting its excessive sharpness. If the sweetness is palpable and subtle, as opposed to being harsh, and has somewhat astringent and sharp taste, it is properly judged to be jovial. In this case, belong to the essential nature of a sweet almond, the pine nut, the hazelnut, the pistachio nut, of starch, licorice, raisins, yolk of egg, of the meat of the barnyard chicken, of pheasants, peacocks, partridges, and other similar animals. Likewise that of the roots of ben, and likewise that of fragrant, sparkling wine, somewhat sweet and astringent, or of the most glistening white sugar, and the whitest wheat flour. To Jupiter also pertains manna, provided that it is strengthened with the infused power of the myrobalan. Otherwise it pertains no less to Venus than to Jupiter. This is in the truth the substance and sweetness peculiar to Jupiter, which is above all truly useful for creating and restoring the spirit. In fact, all of the things which in the book on a long life we called preservative of the youth and healthful, for the elderly were very jovial. But if, on the contrary, the sweetness is very slight, and contains much sharpness and astringency, or even some bitterness, it is thought to be solar. There is a similar rationale and distinction about odors, for they are blood brothers of tastes. A similar one also about colors. Colors which are very watery, white, green, a bit yellowish, similar to the colors of violets, roses, lilies, and also of odors of this sort refer to Venus, the moon, and Mercury. But the colors of sapphire, which are also said to be airy, and richer purple colors, golden mixed with silver and greens, always refer to Jupiter. But blazing yellows, pure golds, and the lighter purple colors refer to the sun. Indeed, any colors, if they are flesh or at least pertain to silk, are more stellar. They are potent also in metals and stones and glass because of their resemblance to celestial things. But to return to Jupiter, his taste and odor are, as it were, like that found in a golden peach, in a golden pear, or in an orange, and in a rather light Malmsey wine, and in a light Vernage wine, such a taste and odor as in the green ginger or in cinnamon, sweet fennel, or doriconium. If these things are tasted, seasoned, and with plenty of sugar, for these last four, and fresh nutmeg, if they are alone, are solar instead. But clove and musk are solar, but in respect of their smell, not their taste or appearance. Amber is very solar and jovial. Saffron is solar in all respects, although its color and smell are assigned by the astrologers to all the graces, but its taste pertains properly to the sun. And then all things which are odoriferous and aromatic, insofar as they bear a pleasant smell, pertain as much to Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury as to the sun. Although among these the sharper, finer things pertain to the sun, the duller rather to Venus and Mercury, and the properly tempered in smell, taste, sound, sight, touch to Jupiter. Furthermore, sounds and songs which are pleasing and agreeable pertain to the Graces and to Mercury. Sounds which are quite threatening and tearful, however, represent Mars and Saturn. Nor indeed you should be surprised that we attribute much colors, odors, and sounds, for tastes especially pertain to the natural spirit. Odors, however, rather to the vital and animal spirit, colors, shapes, and sounds to the animal, a motion of the mind too, whether happy, sad, constant, violent, drives the spirit to its likeness. First, the animal, then through this is the vital, and moreover, through this the natural. Finally, every spirit, since on account of it somewhat fiery, completely airy, clear and mobile nature, it is similar to lights, and thus to colors, and to voices, which are made of air, and to odors, and to motions of the mind. Every spirit is therefore instantly moved, one way or the other, and formed by these things. And however it turns out, such in turn, some degree, it makes the mind, and absolutely such, the quality of the body. Then as soon as it opportunely exposed to the graces through things pertaining to them, being also naturally in accord with those things, it immediately gains wondrous gifts of the graces through their rays, which both flourish everywhere and are akin to it. Natural and even artificial things have occult powers from the stars, through which they expose our spirit to the same stars. Chapter 12. When we say the spirit is exposed to the graces through those things which pertain to the graces, we mean that it is accommodated not through those qualities alone which are seen, heard, smelled, and tasted, but also through those principal by touch. Remember, therefore, that the hot is in the first degree jovial. In the second degree, it pertains to the sun along with Jupiter. In the third, to Mars along with the sun. In the fourth, to Mars. The cold belongs in the first degree to Venus. In the second, to the moon. In the third, to the moon with Saturn. In the fourth, to Saturn. The moist in the first degree pertains to Mercury along with Jupiter. In the second, to Venus along with the moon. In the third, to the moon along with Venus. In the fourth, the moon when she is joined with Venus and Mercury. The dry is the first degree of Jupiter's. In the second, Mercury's along with the sun. In the third, the sun along with Mars. In the fourth, Mars along with Saturn. In brief, from the qualities of the planets which Ptolemy describes, we gather that the harmony conflated from all of them is weighted towards heat and moisture. For the great heat of Mars and the sun pleased the temperate heat of Jupiter, outweighed the great coldness of Saturn plus the slight coldness of Venus and the moon, so that there the heat exceeds the cold. Likewise, the moisture of the moon and Venus, much and near to us in temperate, plus that of Jupiter, outweighs the great dryness of Saturn and Mars, plus the temperate dryness of the sun. Therefore, the hot and moist dominate the cold and dry, and similarly the heat dominates the moisture. In the same way, in a person having a healthy body tempered into harmony with the heavens, there coalesces out a heat of dryness of the heart, the heat and moisture of the liver, and the cold and moisture of the brain. A complexion verging towards heat and moisture, with heat moderately dominant, for the heat of the heart and liver outweighs the cold of the brain. Likewise, the moisture of the liver and brain exceeds the dryness of the heart. I wouldn't want us to overlook that there is some sort of overall harmony from all of the fixed stars, as we have said there is from the planets. For astrologers think they are similar. To what purpose is this? That you may remember that by a temper verging towards heat and moisture, whether established by nature or acquired by art, our spirit and body can be accommodated to celestial things to lay claim to them? At the same time, we do not say that our spirit is prepared for the celestials only through qualities of things known to the senses, but also, and much, much more, through certain properties, engrafted in things from the heavens and hidden from our senses, and hence only with difficulty known for our reason. For since properties of this kind and their effects could not come into being by elemental power, it follows that they proceed from the life and spirit of the cosmos, particularly through those very rays of the stars, and that therefore, through them, the spirit is affected as much as soon as possible as exposed very much to celestial influences. It is for just this reason that emerald, jacinth, sapphire, topaz, ruby, unicorn's horn, but especially the stone which the Arabs call bezoar, are endowed with occult properties of the graces, and therefore, not only if they are taken internally, but even if they touch the flesh, and, warmed thereby, put forth their power, they introduce a celestial force into the spirits by which the spirits preserve themselves from plague and poison. The fact that celestial powers, these and similar things, can achieve something like that, and is an argument that even a slight weight taken internally can achieve no small thing. What is hardly ever granted to an elemental quality is granted to a fire that is very celestial. For a material power requires much matter if it is to achieve much, but a former power, even with a minimal of matter, avails very much. By a similar power, the Phoebean, touching the flesh arms of the spirits against the falling sickness, by infusing vapor into them within, by a similar power from Jupiter and Venus, in particular, coral, chalcedony. These are good against the delusions of black bile, and so with the rest. By a property of this kind from Jupiter, the moderator of Saturn, and from Mercury, the friend of the senses, myrobalins preserve youth, sharpen the senses, and benefit the intelligence and the memory. This tree, one might well suppose, was the tree for prolonging life, which was in paradise. To Mercury they consecrate the stone called agate. Therefore physicians agreed that it was good for eloquence and vision and against poison. Serapion writes that he who wears a jacinth, or a signet made from one, is safe from lightning, and that this power is very widely known. If it has this power, I think it comes from Jupiter as god of lightning. The stones, or eagle stone from Lucina, the power when applied to the womb to incite a quick and very easy childbirth. Rosas, with Serapion confirming, says he has frequently proved this by experience. Perhaps it is from Phoebus, who stabbed the python, that great Cretan dittany, has its power both to resist poisonous things, to draw the spearhead from the wound. By the power of the sun, ginger infused in foods prevents fainting. Varane, they say, promotes prophecy. Joy, atonements, and sight. Rue and Zediori act as a theriac against poison. Frankincense supports the vital and animal spirit against dullness, forgetfulness, and fear. By Jupiter's power, sage drives away paralysis, and mint strengthens the mind with its odor. By the same power, cinquefoil resists poisons. One of its leaves, drunk twice daily in wine, cures the one-day fever. 3 leaves, the tertian fever. 4 leaves, the quartan. This herb was used by the ancient priests in their purifications on account of its purity. The power of Saturn. It stops venereal motions, and jasper, blood. But wonderful effects usually ensue where the elemental properties subserves the occult properties, and in myrobalans for firming up the spirit and the body, not only that celestial power is at work, but also much astringent power and enough aromatic power as well, which wonderfully prevents putrefaction and dissolution and strengthens the spirits. When saffron seeks the heat, dilates the spirit, and provokes laughter, it is not only the occult power of the sun which is doing this in a wondrous way, but the very nature of saffron, subtle, diffusible, aromatic, and clear, also conduces to the same end. What I say of simples I want to be understood similarly of compounds. Go on. Say, how does theriac help us against poison? It does not bring out the poison, for it constricts the belly. It does not entirely change the nature of the poison so quickly, for the nature of poison is not so weak and mutable as that. But instead it strengthens the vital spirit, which is very tenuous and mutable. And it does so quickly by a certain agreeable proportion which it has to the spirit, so that the spirit is strong acting, with the theriac as an instrument, as to partly overcome the poison, partly change it, partly repel it from the heart. But by what proportion or power does theriac do this? By jovial power together with Phoebean, which it seems to acquire out of this melange of things mingled together, according to a definite proportion. There is in it a triple power, a celestial power itself of which I spoke just now. Likewise another celestial property existing beforehand in the herbs and spices selected for its proper consumption, which subserves the same end as the aforementioned power. There is besides another power in many parts of that is rather elemental and celestial, but such as conduces to the fortifying of the spirit. I mean an astringent and aromatic quality. The former firms up the spirit, the latter foments it. Wonderful is the power, therefore, which theriac has acquired against poison and the onset of old age, having 3 powers in it, conspiring equally to the same end, one of which is celestial, acquired through artificial mixture, another again celestial but naturally inherent in its ingredients, but another wholly elemental. But that first mentioned power, acquired from the heavens, would be even more wonderful if it were not only mixed with jovial and solar proportion, and out of solar and jovial ingredients, but also if an opportune time were elected for this by observation of the celestials. For just as the body is disposed according to the time and place, so motion and action are disposed according to time. Therefore, just as in various places certain bodies and their forms coalesce at certain places and times and are preserved, so also certain actions properly achieve in their own certain seasons, and this Socrates signifies. Proclus explains it, and Pythagoras, considering this, rightly called the good itself and the perfection of things by the name of this timeless. Thus the principle of all things is measure, according to Pythagoras and Plato, that it might distribute divers places at times in divers bodies and actions. In consequence, just as given thing is fortunately born and coalesces and is preserved not elsewhere than here nor any other time but just then, also such a material action, motion, or event does not obtain full or perfect efficacy except when the celestial harmony conduces to it to form all sides. This harmony is thought to have such great power that it oftentimes bestows a wonderful power not only on the works of farmers and on artificial things composed by doctors from herbs and spices, but even on images which are made out of metals and stones by astrologers. But images now require a chapter of their own. As much, however, as pertains to the election of hours for actions and works is completely confirmed by Ptolemy, where he says, "He who elects what is better, he seems to be no different from him who has it by nature." In these words, he seems to confirm the power both of the celestial and of our free will and election. Also, Albertus Magnus says in his Speculum, "Freedom of will is not repressed by election of an excellent hour. Rather, to scorn to elect an hour for the beginnings of great enterprises is not freedom, but reckless choice." On the power acquired from the heavens both in images, according to the ancients, and in medicines. Chapter 13. Ptolemy says in the Centiloquium that images of things are here below are subject to celestial images, and that the ancient wise men used to manufacture certain things when the planets were entering similar faces of the heavens, the faces being, as it were, exemplars of things below. Haley confirms this, saying in his commentary on his text that a useful image of a serpent can be formed when the moon enters the celestial serpent or aspects it favorably. Similarly, an effective image of a scorpion can be formed when the moon enters the sign of Scorpio, and this sign is occupying one of the four cardines. This, he says, was done in Egypt in his time, and he was present. In this case, a figure was imprinted in frankincense from a signet of a scorpion made under these conditions from the stone of Bezor. It was given in a drink to a person whom a real scorpion had stung, and right away he was cured. Hahamad, the physician, affirms that this was effectively performed, and Serapion confirms it. Besides, Haley tells of a wise man who, in similar endeavor, made images which moved. We read that this was also effected somehow by Orichitus. Trismegistus says, the Egyptians also used to make use of such images on specific cosmic materials and used to insert them into, at the right time, the souls of daemons and the soul of his ancestor Mercury. Likewise, the souls of certain Phoebus and of Isis and Osiris thus descended into statues to help people or even to harm them. That myth is similar to this one, that Prometheus stole life and celestial light by means of a clay figure. Yes, the magicians who were disciples of Zoroaster, when they wanted to summon a spirit from Hecate, would use a golden bull, on which characters of heavenly bodies were engraved, and in which also a sapphire had been inserted. They would whirl it around on a strap made of bull's hide while they chanted. But the incarnations I gladly omit, for even Celus, the Platonist, disapproves of incantations and makes fun of them. The Hebrews, from having been brought up in Egypt, learned how to construct the golden calf. As their own astrologers think, in order to capture the favor of Venus and the Moon against the influence of Scorpio and Mars, which was inimical to the Jews. Porphyry, also in his letter to Nebo, testifies that images are efficacious. And he adds that by certain vapors arising from fumigations proper to them, aerial daemons would instantly be insinuated into them. Iamblichus confirms that in materials which are naturally akin to those things above, and have been both collected from their various places and compounded at the right time and in the proper manner, you can receive forces and effects which are not only celestial, but even demonic and divine. Proclus and Synesius absolutely agree. Certainly those wonderful therapies which doctors trained in astrology are able to perform through medicines composed of many things, such as powders, liquids, electuaries, seem to have in themselves a more probable and obvious explanation than do images. First, because powders, liquids, augments, and electuaries made at the right time receive celestial influences more easily and quickly than the harder materials from which images are usually made. Second, because once impregnated with the celestial influences, they are either taken internally and converted into our very selves, or at least when applied externally, they stick closer and finally penetrate. Third, because the images are constructed of only one or very few materials, but medicines can be made up as many as you like. For instance, if 100 gifts of the sun or Jupiter were scattered throughout 100 plants, animals, etc., and you discovered them, and you were able to compound them and work them into one form, in this you would actually seem already to possess completely the sun or Jupiter. Certainly you know that the lower nature cannot hold all the forces of the higher, and therefore these forces are dispersed in our world through many natures, in that they can be collected more easily through medical procedures and the like than through images. Similarly, images made of wood have little force, for wood is both perhaps too hard to take on celestial influence easily and less tenacious. If it does receive it, retaining it soon loses almost any vigor of its cosmic life at all, and is easily transmuted into another quality after it is rooted out of the bowels of its mother earth. But gems and metals, although they seem too hard for accepting the celestial influence, nevertheless retain it if they receive it, as Iamblichus confirms. That is to say, by their hardness they also retain the vestiges and lives and gifts of the life of the world, which they had once possessed while embedded in the earth, for a very long time after being rooted out. On this score, at least, they are judged to be apt materials for capturing and holding celestial things. Also, it is probable, as I said in the preceding book, that things so beautiful cannot be fused under the earth without consummate effort of the heavens, and that the power impressed in them, once and for all from that efforts remains. For the heavens have labored in an immense length in the time of concocting and assembling these things. But since you cannot easily compound several things of this kind, you are forced to inquire diligently what metal, among others, is most powerful, in order of any given star. What stone is the highest in that order, so that at least in some one thing, supreme in its entire genus and order, you may, in so far as possible, comprehend the rest, and that you may borrow in a receptacle of this kind celestial things that are in sympathy with it, as, for example, in the solar order, below a Theban man. The hawk or the cock holds the highest place among the animals, among the plants, balsam or laurel, among metals, gold, among stones, carbuncle and pantura, among elements, hot air. But our advice to increase the influence of the Sun, of Jupiter, or of Venus, we understand as a general rule, not, however, for that patient in whose horoscope one of these plants has appeared as a signifier of death. The orders of things depending on the stars, as of solar things, and so forth, and how our spirit may be made solar. Chapter 14. I have said elsewhere that down from every single star, so to speak platonically, there hangs its own series of things down to the lowest. Under the very heart of the scorpion, after daemons and men of its kind, and the scorpion, the animal, we can place also the aster, whose name means stellar, similar in shape to a star shining at night, which doctors tell us has the quality of the rose and possesses a wonderful force against disease of the genitals. Under the celestial serpent, or the entire constellation of the serpent-bearer, they place Saturn and sometimes Jupiter. Afterwards, daemons who often take on serpent's form. In addition, men of this kind, serpents, the animals, the snake, the stone draconite, which originates in the head of a dragon, in the stone commonly named serpentine, and besides those which I will adduce in what follows. Under the solar star, that is Sirius, they set the sun first of all, and the Theban daemons, which sometimes have encountered people under the form of lions or cocks, as Proclus testifies, then similar men and solar beasts, Phoebean plants then, similarly metals and gems and vapor and hot air. By similar system they think a chain of beings descends by level from any star of the firmament through any planet under its dominion. If, therefore, as I said, you combine at the right time all solar things through any level of that order, i.e., men of solar nature or something belonging to such a man, likewise animals and plants, metals, gems, and whatever pertains to these, you will drink in unconditionally the power of the sun, and to some extent the natural power of the solar daemons. Consider that I have said similar things about the others. Solar are those people of the sorts that I specified before. Also those who are born when Leo is ascending in the sun either is in it or aspects it, and similarly those who were born under Aries. Blood left from the left arms of healthy people is also solar. Also Theban are the crocodile, the hawk, the lion, the cock, the swan, and the raven. It is for no other reason that the lion fears the cock, but in the Theban order he is superior to the lion. For the same reason, says Proclus, the Apollonian daemon, who often appeared under the shape of a lion, disappeared as soon as a cock was put in his way. In these animals, the heart is especially solar. I think that the seal, too, is subject to the heart of the celestial lion, and that it is for this very reason that he who grids its leather against its bare skin with a knuckle made of its bone is relieved of pains in the kidneys. For against such pain astrologers are accustomed to use the influences of this star. Perhaps for the same reason, its pelt is said to keep us safe from lightning. Among plants, the palm is Theban, and most of all the laurel, by virtue of which it repels poisonous things and lightning. The ash tree also, by a similar faculty, repels poisonous things far away. That the lotus is Theban is testified by the roundness both of its leaves and of its fruit, and by the unfolding of its leaves in the day and their folding back up at night. That the peony is Theban is indicated not only by its power level, by its name. To the sun belongs flowers and herbs which close up when the sun is absent, and unfold as soon as the sun returns, and continually turns towards the sun. Gold, too, in lapis elatus, which imitates the sun by its golden rays. Likewise the stone which is called eye of the sun, having the shape of a pupil which radiates light. Also the carbuncle, which shines at night, or the pantura, which contains in itself the powers of all stones as gold does of metals, and the sun of stars. Many things, then, are indicated for us in the above lists, which, provided you can manage it, you will be able to compound electuaries, or augments, when the sun is dignified for fostering either internally or externally the heart, the stomach, and the head, that the spirit may thence become solar. I mean, with that blood I mentioned, and the hearts of those animals, and the leaves and fruits of the aforesaid trees, likewise the flowers and herbs and golden leaves, and also powders of gems. To these you should also add saffron, balsam, sweet calamus, frankincense, musk, amber, aloe wood, ginger, mastic, spikenard, cinnamon, doriconium, rind of citron, zedoary, nutmeg, mace, cloves, with yellow honey or with oil of balsam, of mastic, of laurel, of spikenard. From all these things, I say, or at least many of them, you should compound something while the sun is dignified. Begin to use it, too, under his dominion, while you also put on solar clothes and live in, look at, smell, imagine, think about, and desire solar things. Likewise, you should imitate both the dignity and the gifts of the sun in your life. You should pass your time among solar men and plants. You should touch laurel continually. But it would be safer for your health if you would mix the solar things that are jovial at the same time venereal moisture especially, such as the water and juice of roses and violets, because it moderates the solar heat. But medicines of this kind I have already partly compounded, partly recounted as compounded by others, partly also modified by blending in the first book, on the care of learned people, and then in the book on a long life. Likewise, I have specified in the book against the plague, which herbs have from the sun and Jupiter a wonderful power against the plague and poison, among which the purpura is called daemon router. It is thought to remove harmful vapors of evil daemons by a power none other than that of the celestial graces. And if there is any other power among herbs or a gem such as coral, the same thing seems to produce it. Assuredly, the lunar herb recounted by Mercurius, with bluish, round leaves, which shoots forth one leaf per day when the moon is waxing, and drops one when she is waning, promises lunar years to him who uses it. But now let us return to the images and make a second beginning.
on the power which, according to the ancients, both images and medicines possess, and on the factors which make medicines far more powerful than images. Chapter 15. If you have acquired the gems which we listed as Phoebian a little while ago, there will be no need to imprint images on them. Accordingly, hang them set in gold from your neck on threads of yellow silk. When the sun is in Aries or Leo, and is ascending or else occupies the mid-heaven and aspects the moon. But Proclus recounts that in their series of gems of the moon are much more powerful. The first of these is selenite, which imitates the moon not only in shape, but even in motion, for it turns with the moon. If by chance you should find one of these, and suspend it from your neck set in silver by a silver thread, when the moon is entering Cancer or Taurus, and occupies the cardines appropriate for her, from this you will eventually render your spirit lunar, while the lunar gem, being heated by your flesh, continually inserts its power into your spirit. But he lists another gem, Helioselenon, by name, which has on it by nature the image of the sun and moon in conjunction. If therefore anyone applies it, set in gold-plated silver, by threads of similar material, when the moon comes together in the same minute with the sun, while she is in her house or in his and occupies her cardines, he will gain a spirit that is both solar and lunar, or at least such as the moon becomes when she is conjoined to the sun, by their being centered on the same celestial longitude. When this appears, you see Phoebe, the sister of Phoebus, gathering up his scattered gifts, just as Isis gathered the members of Osiris. But oh, that somewhere we might easily find a solar or lunar stone so overpowering in its order as we have in the lodestone, and iron in the order of the northern pole star. True, they do report that Apollonius of Tyana found among the Indians a solar stone, Pantura by name, shining like fire, originating 4 places under the earth, and which so much spirit inheres, that the earth swells and often bursts where it is conceived, and it attracts other gems to itself, just as a lodestone does iron. But the latter Herculean stone, since it had at hand, more strongly snatches your attention yet again to itself, in the lookouts of sailors, to tell them where the pole is. We see that a balanced needle, influenced on its end by a lodestone, points towards the bear. This happens because the lodestone draws in it that direction, since the power of the bear prevails in the stone, and from there it is transferred into the iron and pulls both towards the bear. Moreover, this sort of power both was infused from the beginning, rose continually by the rays of the bear. Perhaps amber behaves in this way towards the other pole, even as it does towards straw. But tell me, while we are on this subject, why does the lodestone everywhere draw iron? Not because they are similar, otherwise lodestones would draw lodestones much more steadily, and iron. Not because lodestones are superior in order of bodies. On the contrary, metal is superior to gem. Why then? Both are comprised in the order depending on the bear, but the lodestone holds the superior rank in the very property of the bear. Iron, however, the inferior. The superior draws what is inferior in the same chain of beings as it turns towards itself, or else otherwise agitates it in some way or other, or influences it by a powerful infused beforehand.
The inferior, in turn, by the same infusion, is turned towards the superior, or otherwise agitated or deeply influenced. Thus, in the series of the sun, the inferior person admires the superior. In the jovial order, he honors him. In that of Mars, he fears him. In the venereal, the inferior is swept away with the odor of love for the superior and abandons himself. In the mercurial, he always learns of or is persuaded by him. In the lunar, he is frequently set in motion by him. In the Saturnine, put to rest. As soon as I had explored these things thus far, while I was still a youth, I greatly rejoiced and planned to engrave a lodestone as best as I could with the figure of the celestial bear when the moon was in one of her better aspects, with it, and then to suspend it from my neck with an iron thread. Then, at last, I was hoping, I would share in the power of that constellation. But when I had explored further, I found in the end that the influence of the constellation is very saturnine and martial. I learned from the Platonists that evil demons are the most northern, which even the Hebrew astronomers confess, placing harmful martial demons at the north, propitious and jovial ones in the south. And I learned from the theologians and Iamblichus that makers of images are often possessed by evil demons and deceived. I personally have seen a gem at Florence imported from India, where it was dug out of the head of a dragon, round in the shape of a coin, inscribed by nature with the very many points in a row like stars, which when doused with vinegar removed a little in a straight line and then a slant, and soon began going around, until the vapor of the vinegar dispersed. For my part, I thought a gem of this kind had the power of the celestial dragon in almost its picture. That it received also its motion. Whenever through the spirit of vinegar or strong wine, it was rendered more responsive to that dragon or the heavens. Whoever wore this, therefore, and often doused it with vinegar, would perhaps borrow some of the power of that dragon, which with his two coils enfolds on one side the great bear and on the other the little. There is also near Scorpio the Serpentorus, as it were a man girded with a serpent, holding the head of the serpent with his right hand and his tail with his left, with knees somewhat bent, his head bent back a bit. I have read, in fact, that the Magi counseled the Persian king that he should engrave this image on the stone hematite, and set in it a golden ring, but in such a way that between the gem and the gold they would insert the root of the snakeweed. For when wearing this ring, you would be safe from poison and poisonous diseases, provided, of course, you make it when the moon aspects Serpentorus. Pietro d'Albano has confirmed this image, but I think that if that ring has such power, it is not so much through the figure as through the materials of this kind, composed by this method and at this time, that it claims for itself things from the heavens. Remember that gems originating in animals, provided they are not sick from them, as in the dragon, the cock, the swallow, etc., are just as effective as those originating in the earth, and they refer to the same stars which these animals pertain. Hence the cockstone draw from the gizzard of an old cock operates with solar power. Dioscorides Dioscorides says he even found that through this gem one could fight and not be conquered if he carried it in his mouth. He also says the red swallow stone dug out of the yellow swallow procures a melancholic and renders him lovable and capable. It has from this Jupiter through the aforesaid connections, namely that everywhere beneath the moon stellar things exist. That Platonic saying is strongly confirmed, that the fabric of the universe is so connected with itself, that not only are there celestial things on earth in an earthly condition, and the terrestrial things, in turn, in the heavens, in celestial dignity, but also in the secret of life of the world and in the mind. Queen of the world, there are celestial things in both vital and in intellectual property and dignity. Through this, moreover, many people confirm that the magic doctrine, that means of lower things which are in accord with the higher ones, people can in due season somehow draw to themselves celestial things, and that we can even through the celestials reconcile the super celestials to us, or perhaps wholly insinuate them into ourselves. But this last matter I leave to them. It seems sufficiently probable, however, as we said, that the former can be done by a certain art of collecting together rightly and at the right time many things in one. It seems probable in the first place for many reasons which we have assigned, and in the second place because many things of this kind, when they are collected by someone who is both a doctor and an astrologer, pounded up, mixed and cooked under a certain star, while they gradually take on by the very reason of the concoction and by fermentation of a new form, acquire this form by a certain celestial fomentation. The rays then acting within, and finally because the form is therefore celestial, but a metal or gem when it is engraved in movement does not seem to receive a new quality, only a new shape. That motion does not proceed those due degrees of arrangement which natural change and generation characteristically observe. Moreover, since the celestial nature of the pace and the natural order of the pace, and so approaches its goal step by step, many justly doubt whether images of this kind have any celestial power. I also often doubt, and were it not that all antiquity and all astrologers think that they have a wonderful power, I would deny it. Of course, I would not deny it categorically, for I am the opinion, unless someone should persuade me otherwise, that, especially by reason of the materials selected, that they have at least some power towards good health, even though I think much more of it resides in drugs and unguents compounded with the favor of the stars. But what I meant when I said, by reason of the materials selected, I will declare in the chapter that follows. I will then briefly adduce what has been alleged from the opinions of magicians and astrologers in favors of images, in order to interpret Plotinus, provided I have warned you here at the outset that you must not think I approve the use of images, only recount it. For as for me, I use medicines tempered in accordance with the heavens, not images, and I daily counsel others to do so. But as for you, if you concede that God has engrafted wonderful powers in things beneath the moon, concede more wonderful ones to the celestial things. Moreover, if you judge it is lawful for a man to use lower things for good health, judge it is also lawful to use higher things, and even so to temper lower things according to the norm of the higher things, by the art of medicine as they have been tempered by God from the beginning. On the powers of the heavens, on the powers of the rays from which images are thought to obtain their force. Chapter 16. Assuredly, all the astronomers confess the immense size, power, and motion of celestial things brings about it. All the rays of the stars penetrate in a moment the mass of the earth, and will consummate ease straight at the center. In the center, as the Pythagoreans and Platonists would have it, the rays are the strongest, both because they touch the center perpendicularly on all sides, and because they are collected in a confined space. By the ray's intensity, the material of the earth there, being dry and far from any moisture, is immediately kindled, and once kindled is vaporized, and dispersed through all channels in all directions, and blows out both flames and sulfur. But they think that this fire is very dark, and as it were a sort of flame without light, just as in the heavens light without a flame, whereas the fire between the celestial and the infernal combines light and heat. They believe that the fire that breathes out of the center to be the Vestas, since indeed they thought Vesta was the life and patron deity of the earth, and therefore the ancients used to construct the temple of Vesta in the middle of the cities, in a place of perpetual fire in the middle of it. But lest we wander too far afield, let us now conclude that if the rays of the stars quickly penetrate the whole earth, it cannot easily be denied that they quickly penetrate metal and precious stone when they are engraved with images and imprint on them wonderful gifts, or at least gifts of some kind, since they indeed generate supremely precious things in the womb of the earth. For who would deny that the rays penetrate through these things? For indeed air and its quality have sound, and a less powerful thing, it passes right away through solid things and influences them with a quality of its own. Now if hardness stood in the way of penetrating rays, light would pass through air much more quickly than through water, water much more swiftly than glass, and glass much more swiftly than crystal. But since in the same moment it strikes through everything, solid as much as liquid, clearly it is established that hardness offers no resistance whatsoever to rays. And in this regard, they say, it is undeniable that metals take on rays and influences of the celestials, and even that they conserve for them the time destined for them by the heaven. Conserve, I say, a power created by the contact of converging rays. What if, moreover, a harder material, by this very fact, that it seems to resist a more powerful cause, exposes itself to more impacts? Thus a sword cuts wood under a fleece, and a fleece is not cut. Thus that ray which is lightning sometimes melts the metal into a piece of leather, while leaving the leather unharmed. But since celestial nature is incomparably more excellent than our fire, it should be supposed that the function of the celestial ray is only such work as we sensibly perceive a ray of fire doing, namely, to illuminate, warm, dry, penetrate, rarefy, melt, which are well known to our senses, but that it has much more and more wonderful powers and effects. Otherwise, inferior matter and transitory senses would be completely equated with the divinity of the heavens. But who does not know that the occult virtues of things, which are called specific virtues by natural philosophers, are made not by the elemental nature, but by the celestial? And so that the rays can, as they say, imprint images forces occult and wonderful beyond those who know, just as they introduce them into all living things. For they are not inanimate, like the rays of a lamp, but living and perceiving, since they shine forth through the eyes of a living body, and they bring with them marvelous gifts from the imaginations and minds of the celestials. Also a very intense force from their strong mental disposition, and from very rapid motion of their bodies. And they act in a particular, and to the greatest extent, on the spirit, which is most similar to the celestial rays. They act besides on the hardest bodies, for all these things that are very weak before the heavens. There are also in various stars various forces, and they differ among themselves in just this respect of their rays. Besides, from the impacts of the rays falling in one way or another, diverse powers arise. Finally, diverse powers come into being in the combination of rays with each other and one sort of another, here and there, affected at this time or that they arise right away, much more and faster than in such mixtures of elements and elemental qualities, much faster even than though in tones, in rhythms and music, combining this way or in that. If you would diligently consider these things, perhaps will not doubt, they will say, but that instantly, with an emission of rays, forces are imprinted in images, and divers forces from different emission. But is it so quick as all that? I pass over fascinations achieved by a sudden glance and a very passionate loves instantly kindled by the rays from the eyes, which also fascinations of a sort, as I prove in the book De Amore. Nor will I mention how quickly an inflamed eye afflicts whoever looks at it, and how a menstruous woman affects a mirror by looking in it. Isn't it said that certain families among the Illyrians and the Triballi, when they were angry, killed people by looking at them, and that certain women in Scythia did this habitually? And downlookers, and the serpents called the Reguli, killed people by shooting rays from their eyes. Also the marine torpedo fish numbs instantly the hand that touches it, even at a distance with a rod. In addition, the little fish Echinus is said to stop a great ship, and only with a touch. Furthermore, by a bite, even if invisible. The phalangium spiders in Puglia suddenly transmute the spirit and mind into a stupor. What can a mad dog accomplish even without an apparent bite? What the broom? What the wild strawberry tree? Doesn't their lightest touch excite poison and madness? In the light of all this, are you going to deny that celestials with the rays of their eyes, with which they both look at us and touch us, believe and achieve wonders in an instant? But now a pregnant woman, instantly by touch, stamps a bodily part of the person who is about to be born with a mark of something she desires, alludes to a birthmark resembling a strawberry, a fruit pregnant women are said to crave. Are you then going to doubt, nevertheless, that rays touching in this way or accomplish diverse things? Since even yourself, when in collecting the herb hellebore, you put the leaf either downwards or upwards. By this sudden touch are the cause determining whether the hellebore evacuates the humors downward or upwards. From the beginning of anything that is to be generated, Do not celestial influences bestow wondrous gifts in the concoction of the matter and in its final coming together, not so much during a period of time as in the instant? Do not innumerable frogs and similar animals often, when the face of heaven's favorite, leap forth of the sand in a moment? Such is the power of heavens in well-disposed material, such the swiftness. Finally, if fire has this property, that it can do in the briefest time ever what is other things do in a long time, chiefly because it is not similar to the heavens, who would doubt that the heavens could accomplish great things almost in a moment, even if unprepared materials, such as larger fire generally does? In the light of all this, why do you doubt, they say, that the heavens act in practically the same way during the construction of an image? I suppose you will say, just as I, too, used to, that here the natural steps of change are absent. Certainly this lack diminishes the celestial gift, but it seems not to take away from it completely. For natural philosophers do not intend the image to be made of just any metal or stone, but of certain one in which the celestial nature has initiated some time ago the power for what is desired, and already almost perfected it, as it does the flame in the sulfur. It then finally perfects this power when the material is violently agitated by art under a similar celestial influence, and begins to get warm from the agitation. And so art arouses power there, and when it has reduced into a figure similar to each of its own celestial figure, then forthwith it exposes it there to its own idea. When the material is thus exposed, the heavens perfect it by that power with which they had also begun it, tendering it as were the flame to sulfur. Just so a somewhat weak power to snatch up straws, given to amber by the heavens after it was strengthened by friction and heating, suddenly snatches them up. Serapion writes that a similar power is given to the stone albugetti, similar to jacinth, but that it will not attract the straws until it has been rubbed over hair. So likewise that jovial stone bezoar, which means literally liberating from death, which we have described in our book Against the Plague, initially got from Jupiter its power against poison, but a power not strong enough to be communicable to other materials. But as soon as under the influence of the celestial scorpion, it receives the figure that one above is said to obtain forthwith a perfect force against scorpions, which it can communicate to mastic or to frankincense. The same rule holds also in the case of jacinth, topaz, emerald, and the rest, that the making of figures has no efficacy except in cases where it is similar in material and effort to some star from which the maker wants to receive this effect, and, in addition, where the material itself is already from the beginning of almost such a quality as you desire to render it through the figure. Hence, they counsel you to use no materials for images but those which you know to possess already almost that very force which you desire. And so they order you to scrutinize the most diligently forces of gems and metals, and in the meantime to call to mind the following: that among gems the carbuncle sparkles in darkness with Patura, particularly belongs to the sun, the sapphire to Jupiter, the emerald to Venus, Mercury, and the moon. In addition, that metals, aside from gold and silver, have scarcely any power for images. It will be safer rule in these matters if you refer pure gold to the sun and Jupiter to the sun on account of its color, to Jupiter on account of its temperate makeup, for nothing is more temperate than Jupiter and gold. Refer pure silver to the moon, but gold mixed with silver to Jupiter together with Venus. Besides this, the image will be more efficacious if the elemental power in its material agrees with the specific power naturally inherent in the same material, and this, in addition, with the other specific power to be seized from the heavens through the figure. Finally, they say that the lower figures and forms conform to the celestial ones. From this you will learn, so they say, that Perseus, when he has cut off Medusa's head, usually portends a beheading in store for some people, and so forth. And they do not doubt that the moon and other planets under certain signs move certain parts of our bodies. What power is in figures? Those in the sky and those beneath the sky. Chapter 17. To keep you from distrusting figures too much, astrologers will order you to remember that this elemental region beneath the moon, a quality that is likewise elemental, can do a great deal in a transmutation that is directed towards some end that is itself elemental. Qualities, however, which are less elemental or material, such as lights, similar also numbers and figures, and perhaps powerful for such ends, but to obtain these celestial gifts they are very powerful. For in the heavens, lights, numbers, and figures are practically the most powerful of all, especially if, as many peripatetics believe, there is no matter up there. For thus figures, numbers, and rays, since they are sustained by no other material, seem practically to constitute what things are made of. And since, in the order of being, mathematical forms precede physical ones, being more simple and less defective, then, deservedly, they claim the most dignity in the primary, that is, the celestial, levels of the cosmos, so that consequently as much comes about from number, figure, and light as from one elemental property. Of this dignity there is evidence even here beneath the moon, for the extremely material qualities are common to the most species of things, and if you change these qualities somewhat, the species are not everywhere altered, but the figures and numbers of natural parts possess a property peculiar to give species an inseparable link to it. They have been appointed in the heavens along with the species. Indeed, they have the greatest affinity with the ideas in the mind, the queen of the world. And since figures themselves and numbers are species of a sort, represented in mind by their own ideas, they indisputably get their distinctive forces from up there, and therefore not only are natural species by particular figures, but also natural motions, generations, and mutations are delimited by particular numbers. What shall I say about light? For it is the action, or, if you will, the image of the intellect, and colors are particular lights, on which account you should not rashly deny their statements that lights, that is, colors, figures, and numbers, can do a great deal towards preparing our materials for celestial things. You are not unaware that harmonious music through its numbers and proportions has a powerful, wonderful calm and a move and influence our spirit and mind as well as our body. Well, proportions constituted out of numbers are almost figures of a sort, made, as it were, out of points and lines, but in motion. And similarly, celestial figures by their own motion dispose themselves for acting, for by their harmonious rays and motions penetrating everything, the daily influence our spirits secretly just as overpowering music generally does openly. Besides, you know how easily a mourning figure moves pity in many people, and how much a figure of a lovable person instantly affects and moves the eyes, imagination, spirit, and humors. No less living and efficacious is a celestial figure. In a city, does not the countenance of a prince, if mild and cheerful, cheer up everybody? But if fierce or sad, instantly terrify them. What then do they think of the countenances of the celestials, the lords of all earthly things, are able to effect in comparison to these? I think that, inasmuch as even people uniting to beget offspring often imprint on children to be born long afterwards not only the sort of countenances they then wear, but even the sort of countenances that they merely are imagining. In the same way, the celestial countenances rapidly impart to materials their characteristics. If sometimes the characteristics seem to lie hidden there a long time, eventually in their season they emerge. The countenances of the sky are the celestial figures you may call faces. Those figures there which are more stable than others, but countenances, those up there which change more. You may also call the aspects composed by the daily motion of the stars in relation to each other countenances, and likewise figures. For aspects are called hexagons, pentagons, and tetragons. So be it. Someone will say, let celestial figures be as powerful in operation as you like. But what does this have to do with the figures of images made artificially? Astrologers do not especially argue. They will respond that our figures are the most powerful agents in themselves, but that they are the best prepared for catching the actions and forces of the celestial figures, insofar as they are made at the right time, when the celestial ones are dominant, and are made to conform exactly to them. For that figure perfects this figure. When one lute sounds, does not another echo it? It only does so if it has a familiar figure and is placed opposite, and the strings are in it and are similarly placed and tuned. What do you think causes the lute to respond instantly to lute, but their placement and the fact that they share a like figure? The figure of a mirror, smooth, concave, shining, the shape like the heavens. It receives because of this particular such a great gift from the heavens that it gathers to itself most abundantly the rays of Phoebus and instantly burns a very solid thing which is located opposite its center. Therefore, you should not doubt, they say, that the material for making an image, if it is in other respects entirely consonant with the heavens, once it has received by art a figure similar to the heavens, both conceives in it itself and the celestial gift, and gives it again to someone who is in the vicinity of wearing it. The same rule holds not only for the figure but also for transparent, so-called diaphanous constitution. It is by its own nature something ineffectual and passive. Yet since a transparent constitution is in the heavens, the proper receptacle of light, so wherever under the heavens it exists naturally, or is obtained by some means, the celestial light then available is instantly acquired, and also may be stored up. In cases where there is, along with this light, either fiery heat as in a flame, or where there is something airy or watery at the same time gluttonous, as in lanterns, lamps, carbuncles, and perhaps in a way in camphor. Ponder for yourself what consequence for images follow from that fact. Sorts of figures of the celestials, the ancients engraved in images, and concerning the use of images, chapter 18. Someone will ask, what figures of the heavens do astrologers usually engrave as images? For there are in the heavens forms which are very conspicuous to the eye, and some which really are just as they have been depicted by many people, as Aries, Taurus, and similar zodiacal figures. There are many outside the zodiac which we can see. Besides these, up there, very many forms exist which are not so much visible as imaginable. Those perceived, or at least thought up by the Indians, Egyptians, and Chaldeans, as dwelling throughout all the faces of the signs. For example, in the first face of Virgo, a beautiful girl, seated, holding 2 ears of grain in her hand and nursing a child. The rest, as Albumisar and some others describe. Then there are the particular written characters of the signs and planets as delineated by the Egyptians. They want all of these, therefore, to be engraved on images. For example, if anyone looks for a special benefit from Mercury, he ought to locate him in Virgo, or at least locate the moon there in aspect with Mercury, and then make an image out of tin or silver. He should be put onto it, the whole sign of Virgo, and its character, and the character of Mercury. And if you're going to use the first face of Virgo, add also the figure which we said has been observed in the first face, and similarly with the rest. The recent authorities on images have accepted as the general form of these round shape and imitation of the heavens. The more ancient authorities, however, as we have read in a certain Arabic miscellany, used to prefer above all other things that of a cross, for the following reasons. Bodies act through their power as soon as it has diffused to a plane. But this primary plane, prior to the sphere mentioned above, which represents a further diffusion from the point to line to plane to solid, is marked out by a cross. Since above all a cross, like a plane, possesses length and breadth. This figure of the cross is primary, also of all the figures. It is rectilinear in the highest degree, and it has 4 right angles. Now it is through the perpendicularity of the rays and of the angles of the effects of the celestials more strongly appear, for the stars are much more potent at the time when they occupy the 4 angles, or rather cardines, of the sky, that of the east, that of the west, and of the mid-heaven, and either side. So, when positioned, they cast their rays one upon another in such a way as to form a cross. The cross, therefore, said the ancients, is a figure which is made by the strength of the stars, and serves as a receptacle of their strength. It therefore possesses the greatest power among images, and receives the forces and spirits of the planets. This opinion was either introduced or principally confirmed by the Egyptians, among whose character a prominent one was of the cross, which signified in their usage the future life, and they would engrave this figure on the breast of Serapis. But I think as follows: what the Egyptians before Christ thought about excellence of the cross was not so much a testimony of the gifts of the stars as a prophecy of the power that it was going to receive from Christ. Astrologers who came right after Christ, seeing that wonderful things were done by Christians through the cross, but not knowing or not wanting to ascribe that such great things to Jesus, ascribed them to the heavens, though they ought to have considered that through the cross itself, without the name of Jesus, no miracles at all were performed. That a cruciform figure is appropriate to images because it resembles the strength of planets and all the stars, is perhaps probable, but this is not sufficient reason for it to have such tremendous power. But in concert with other things which are necessary, it is perhaps able to do something towards bodily health. But let us go back to recounting the opinions of others as we begin. To obtain long life, the ancients used to make an image of Saturn from the stone Firenze, that is, sapphire, in the hour of Saturn, when he was ascending and fortunately placed. The form was this: an old man sitting on a rather high throne, or on a dragon, his head covered with a dark linen cloth, raising his hands above his head, holding in his hand a sickle or some fish, and clothed in a dusky robe. For a long happy life they made an image of Jupiter in a clear or white stone. It was a man crowned, sitting on an eagle or a dragon, wearing a yellow robe, made in the hour of Jupiter when he was fortunately ascending in his exaltation. Against timidity, in the hour of Mars, when the first face of Scorpio was rising, they fabricated images. Mars, armed and crowned, for curing diseases they fashioned an image of the sun in gold. In his hour, when the first face of Leo was ascending with him, a king on a throne in a yellow garment, and a raven, and the form of the sun. For gaiety and strength of body, a young Venus holding apples and flowers in her hand, dressed in yellow and white, made in the hour of Venus, when the first face of Libra or Pisces or Taurus was ascending with her. They made the image of Mercury for intelligence and memory, when the first face of Gemini was ascending. Likewise, against fevers, Mercury was engraved, a man holding a javelin in the hour of Mercury when Mercury was rising. They used to carve this image in marble. Then they would impress it in some substance or other to be swallowed by those who were sick. They said it cured every kind of fever. For growth, they made an image of the moon when the first face of Cancer was rising. The form of Mercury, a man sitting on a throne in a crested cap, with eagle's feet, holding a cock or fire with his left hand, winged sometimes on a peacock, holding a reed with his right hand, in a multicolored garment. The moon, a beautiful girl with horns on her head, on a dragon or a bull, having serpents above her head and under her feet. For curing the stone, for pains in the genitals, and for drying up blood, they made an image in the hour of Saturn, when the third face of Aquarius was rising with him. Likewise, they would imprint a lion in gold, rolling under his feet a stone in the form of the sun, in the hour of the sun, when the first degree of the second face of Leo was rising. They thought that this was good for expelling diseases. They made a similar one for kidney diseases when the sun had attained midheaven, in the heart of the lion, an image approved by Pietro Diabano, that confirmed by experience, but with this condition, that Jupiter or Venus should aspect the midheaven, and that the noxious planets should be cadent and in a unfortunate position. I have heard from Mango, the famous physician, with an image of this kind, fashioned when Jupiter was in precise conjunction with the sun, delivered Giovanni Marliani, the foremost mathematician of our time, from his former fear of thunder. Besides this, to confirm health and to keep from being bewitched, they fashioned an image of silver in the hour of Venus, when the moon had attained the cardine of heaven, and was in a fortunate aspect with Venus, provided that the lord of the sixth place looked at Venus or Jupiter from a trine or opposite aspect, and that Mercury too was not unfortunate, that they would do this in the last hour of the sun's day, in such a way that the lord of the hour occupied the 10th place. Pietro Diabano says that a doctor can cure the sick by an image, provided that he fashions it at the time when the cardines of the ascent in the midheaven and the descendant are fortunate, and likewise the lord of the ascendant and the second place. But let the 6th place and its lord be unfortunate. Pietro also says that health will be more lasting and life longer than it was initially appointed. If you investigate the person's nativity, you make an image in which these fortunate things are inscribed. The significator of that life, likewise the givers of life, both the signs and their lords, especially the ascendant sign and its lord, likewise the midheaven, the location of the sun, the part of the fortune, the lord of the conjunction or synergies, which occurred before birth. Moreover, pick a time when the evil and unfortunate planets are cadent. No astrologer doubts. Pietro concludes that such things contribute to a long life. I would be prolix to say that the faces of the ancients observed with every sign in what positions of the moon they held to be necessary for fashioning of images. For they made images against disease and hatred and for prosperous journey when the moon was positioned everywhere from the 7th degree of Virgo to its end. They made images against disease, discord, and captivity when she was positioned from the beginning of Capricorn to its 12th degree. She was positioned from the 12th degree of Capricorn in its 25th degree when made images against lassitude and prison. In position from the 4th degree of Pisces to its 17th degree, they made images for curing diseases, for profits, for companionship, for increasing the harvest. And in other positions they very often used to contrive other images in their vain curiosity. I enumerate only the ones which savor not so much of magic as of medicine, for even the medicine I suspect to be mostly vain. But I think the positions of the moon should be chosen for the sake of other more legitimate preparations of medicine, and also when she is in Aries, the 6th degree, and in the same sign, the 19th degree in the 26th minute, likewise in Gemini, the 10th degree, the 51st minute in Cancer, the 19th degree in the 26th minute. In Libra, the 6th degree and the 34th minute. In Capricorn, the 19th degree and the 26th minute. In Aquarius, the 2nd degree and the 17th minute. In the same, the 15th degree and the 8th minute. In addition, you should keep in mind Halley's maxim. Whatever the sign, for so long as the sun is in it, the sign is made active. It dominates the rest. It affects some come to pass more steadily than others, so that you should direct the moon towards in order to receive it from the proper medicine. Towards it, I say, meaning towards the sign and the face and especially the degree, so that if you want good things from Jupiter, you should erect the moon, either moving directly towards or united with his signs, faces, and degrees, so long as the sun is in enhancing one of these places where the jovial property is strong, and the same goes for the rest. It would be unduly curious to perhaps harmful to recite that the images they fashion and how, for the mutual meeting of minds of their alienation, for bringing felicity or inflicting calamities, either to some individual or to a household or to a city. I do not affirm that such things can be done. Astrologers, however, think such things can, and they teach the method, but I dare not to tell it. Porphyry, in the book where he sketches the life of his master Plotinus, confirms that such can be done, and he recounts that Olympius, an Egyptian magician and astrologer, attempted such a thing against Plotinus at Rome, seeking to planet-strike Plotinus through images or things of this kind. But because of the exalted soul of Plotinus, the attempted recoil upon its author, also Albertus Magnus, professor both of theology and of magic, says in his Speculum, a work where he claims to be distinguishing what is permitted and what is forbidden, that images, rightly constituted by astrologers, acquire power and effect from a celestial figure, and thereupon he narrates their marvelous effects as promised by the Tibet, Bethenrod and Ptolemy, and the rest of the astrologers to boot. And he describes images to bring calamity and prosperity to someone, which I deliberately pass over. At the same time, he confirms that they can have an effect, although he also, as a responsible man, condemns the abuse of art and, as an orthodox theologian, detests the prayers and fumigations which certain impious people have offered the daemons when they are making images. Nevertheless, he does not disapprove of figures and letters in making images. Moreover, Pietro also affirms that some region or other was destroyed by that image which Thabit says was fashioned by Felix as the astrologer. Thomas Aquinas, our leader in theology, is more fearful of these practices and attributes less to images, for he thinks only so much power is acquired from the heavens through figures as conduces to those effects which the heavens ordinarily bring about through herbs and other natural things, and then that it harmonizes with the heavens not so much because a given figure is in it, but that material because it is composed of given material and already set in such and such a species of artificial objects. This he says in the third book of the Summa Contra Gentiles, where he derides characters and letters added to the figures, but figures not so much, unless they are added for the purpose of signs to daemons. Also in his book on fate, he says, the constellations give the order of existence and duration, not only to natural things but also to artificial, and that therefore images are fashioned under certain constellations. But if anything wonderful happens to us through them, outside the accustomed effects of nature, he rejects it at the work of daemons to seduce people. This is clear in the book Contra Gentiles, but especially clear in his letter on the occult works of nature, where he seems to give little credit even to the images themselves, however they are made, and insofar as he requires it, I give them no credit at all. Even the Platonists agree certainly wonderful effects of the images to the deception of daemons, for Iamblichus too says that those who place their trust in images alone, caring less about the highest region in holiness, and who hope for the divine gifts from them,
are very often deceived in this matter by evil daemons, encountering them under the pretense of being good divinities. My Amicus does not deny, however, that certain natural goods come to pass from images constructed according to a legitimate astrological plan. I think, therefore, that it would be safer to trust oneself to medicines that have images, and that the things we said cause celestial power in images. They can have their rather predictable way in medicines than in figures, for it is probable that, if images have any power, they do not much acquire it just at the moment of receiving a figure as it possesses through a material naturally so disposed, but of an image eventually acquired something when it was engraved. It obtained it not so much through the figure as through the heating produced by the hammering. This hammering and heating, if it happens under a harmony similar to a celestial harmony, which had once infused power into the material, it activates this power and strengthens it, blowing strengthens a flame, and makes manifest what was latent before, as the heat of a fire brings to visibility letters previously hidden which were written in the juice of an onion, as the letters written with the fat of a goat on a stone, absolutely unseen. If the stone is submerged in vinegar, emerge and stick out as if were sculpted. Yes. And just as the touch of a broom on the wild strawberry excites the doormat madness, thus perhaps hammering and the heating alone brings out the power latent in the material, and if it is done at the right time, it is a good idea to use the right celestial time in making up medicines. If anyone should want to deal with metals or stones, it is better only to strike them and heat them rather to engrave them. For besides the fact that I suspect the figures to be useless, we ought not rashly to allow even the shadow of idolatry. Likewise, we ought not rashly to use stars, even salutary ones, to expel diseases that are like themselves, for they often augment the diseases, just as harmful stars sometimes mitigate diseases that are unlike themselves, as Ptolemy and Halley clearly teach. How to construct a figure of the universe. Chapter 19. But why, then, should we neglect a universal image, an image of the very universe itself? Through it, they seem to hope for a benefit from the universe. The adherent of these things, if he can do it, should sculpt an archetypal form of the whole world, if he pleases, in bronze. He should imprint this subsequently at the right time in a thin gilded plate of silver. But when exactly should he imprint it? When the sun has reached the first minute of Aries, for astrologers customarily tell the fortune of the world, at least what is going to happen in that year. From this moment, since it is the return of its birthday, he should therefore imprint this figure of the whole world on the very birthday of the world. But don't you see how beautifully the argument that the world was born a particular time will help us in this discussion? For it is born in any and every year, in the horoscope of a person. Don't astrologers measure first in what sign, in what degree, in what minute was the sun? And then they lay the foundation of the whole figure, and in any year thereafter, as soon as the sun enters the same minute, they think that the man is, as it were, reborn, and thence they prophesy this year's fortune. Therefore,
Just as in man, it does no good to do this unless he is, so to speak, reborn, and he cannot be, as it were, reborn unless he had been born at some particular time. So it can be conjectured that the whole world, too, was born at some time, namely, when the sun entered the first minute of Aries, because a particular lot of the world being reborn, so to speak, is revolved through the same position in every year. At this time, therefore, he should construct the figure of the world. He should be careful not to sculpt it or imprint it with a figure on the Sabbath, the day of Saturn, Saturday. For on this day it is held that God, the maker of the world, rested from the work which he had begun on the ideal day of the sun. For by so much as the sun is accommodated to generation, Saturn is unsuited to it. God had completed the work of the day of Venus, who signifies the perfect beauty of the work. But there is no need to say more about the reasons of the construction of the world. For recently our friend Giovanni Pico della Mirandola has divinely expressed in the divine mysteries of Moses touching the genesis of the world. Accordingly, to return to what had begun, the adherent of these things likewise should first sculpt the world not in the day or hour of Saturn, but rather in the day or hour of the sun. He should engrave it, moreover, on his birthday of the year, especially then if Jupiter and Diana, the benefics, are present. But they would like him to insert not only lines but colors into the work. There are indeed 3 colors of the world, at once universal and peculiar, green, gold, and sapphire blue, dedicated to the 3 heavenly graces. Green is the color of Venus and also of the moon, moist for moist complexions, quite proper for newborns, accommodated also to mothers. Nobody questions that gold is the color of the sun, and besides not alien to Jupiter and Venus. Finally, sapphire blue we especially dedicate to Jupiter, to whom also the sapphire itself is said to be consecrated. For this reason, too, on account of its jovial power, the lapis lazuli, richly endowed with this color, possesses, according to doctors, the prerogative of curing black bile, which comes from Saturn. Lapis lazuli comes into being along with gold and is decorated with golden marks. Thus it is the companion of gold as Jupiter is of the sun. The Armenian stone has a similar power, possessing a color somewhat similar to the above, along with green. They therefore judge it useful and look at these particular colors above all, in order to capture the gifts of the celestial graces and, in the model of the world which you are making, to insert the blue color of the world in the spheres, doubtless represents by rings, since he could hardly be thinking of concentric, completely close spheres. They think it worthwhile to add to the spheres a true imitation of the heavens, golden stars, and to the cloth Vesta herself, or Charis, that is, the earth, with a green garment. The adherent of those things should either carry about with him a model of this kind, or should place it opposite him and gaze at it. But it will be useful to look at a sphere equipped with its own motions. Archimedes once constructed one, and a Florentine friend of ours, named Lorenzo, did so just recently. Nor should one simply look at but reflect upon it in the mind. In like manner, in the very depth of his house, he should construct a chamber, vaulted and marked with these figures and colors, and he should spend most of his waking hours there, and also sleep. And when he has emerged from this house, he will not note with so much attention the spectacle of individual things as the figure of the universe and its colors. But I leave this to those who make images. You, however, will fashion a better image within yourself when you know that nothing is more orderly than the heavens, and that nothing can be thought of that is more temperate than Jupiter. You should hope at last to attain benefits from the heavens and Jupiter if you have rendered yourself very orderly and temperate in your thoughts, emotions, and mode of life. But after we have chanced to mention celestial temperateness, it would perhaps be a good time to recall that there is indeed no excess of elemental quality in the heavens, otherwise either being composite in this way, or it be in so many ages now have disintegrated, or else being simple, it would be so great size and power and motion at any rate have destroyed the other qualities. But in fact, the most moderate thing, it governs all and mixes different things into one. Besides, both by this its very temperateness is also by the excellence of its form. It has merited life from the divine. For we see composite things that acquire life only then, when a perfect commixture of qualities seem to have broken up the initial contraries, as in plants. Next, we see in animals a more perfect life, insofar as their complexion is farther from the contrary than it is in plants. In human beings, again, by the same principle, we see a life still more perfect and already somewhat celestial, for the human complexion indeed already approximates celestial temperateness, especially in its spirit, which, in addition to its subtlety of substance, and its temperateness of qualities, whereby it agrees with the heavens, also has acquired celestial light. This spirit, moreover, when it is like the highest degree, is especially celestial, and it has acquired celestial life above the rest from the divine. And so as long as it renders itself and keeps itself like this in all of its deed and regimen, and that its extent it gains singular gifts of the celestials. But when they say that in the heavens there is not any excess of elemental quality, we neither understand. But no such quality exists there, but rather temperate virtues that bring qualities into being. That if qualities somehow similar to those here below listed there, then we understand that they have a sort of airy tempering. And when we call some things up cold or dry, we are taking it according to the Platonic explanation, i.e., that a thing may be called cold, which is the cause of least heat, and dry, which produces for us least moisture. Thus, Abraham the astrologer says that Saturn leaves our body somewhat dry and cold, because it brings our body less heat and moisture. For the same reason, the meat of the cattle and of the hares, which is in itself hot and moist, is to us cold and dry. From this induction, learn two corollaries. First, if bodies, after further tempering, live more than the heavens, being as temperate as possible, live as much as possible, or rather, conversely, because the heavens are most exactly tempered, and possess in themselves the most absolute life, it can be conjectured that in so far as other things approximate that temperance and life, so far they will be endowed with a more excellent degree of life. Second, life is a form perfect in itself, perfecting the body and giving it the principle of motion. The inward principle of emotion, I repeat, that both acts internally and is deployed externally through every part. If therefore all this itself constitutes life, consider him mentally deficient, who does not know that such a form as life exists in the heavens. In the most perfect body that revolves, always with perfect motion and gives life to all, and more by degrees in those which either have naturally become it, or which daily expose themselves more readily to its influences. What great power images are thought to have over spirit, and spirit over images, and concerning the emotional state of the user and operator. Chapter 20. We have verified that if anyone uses hellebore according to medical rules and is strong enough to tolerate it, then, by the resulting purgation and by its occult property, he changes somehow the quality of his spirit, the nature of his body, and in part also the motions of his mind, and he is, as it were, rejuvenated, so that he seems to be high reborn, whence the story Medea and the magicians use certain herbs to restore youth. Myrobalans do not so much restore as preserve it. Astrologers think that propitious images have a similar power by which they somehow change the nature and behavior of the wearer, restore him to a better state, so that he becomes now almost another person, or at least preserve him in good health for a very long time. They say harmful images, however, possess against the wearer the force of hellebore that has been taken in measure exceedingly medical rules and patient's capacity, a poisonous and deadly force. Moreover, they say that images fashioned and directed for the ruin of some other person have the power of a bronze and concave mirror aimed directly at them, so that, by collecting rays and reflecting them back at close range, they completely incinerate him, and even at long range they make him blind. From this has arisen the story or belief, which supposedly by the machinations of astrologers and the witchcraft of magicians, people, animals, plants can be planet-stricken and waste away. I do not quite understand, however, how images have any force upon a distant target, but I suspect that they have some force on the wearer. Yet I do not think that they have the sort of force that many suppose, and what they have is caused by the material rather than the figure. And I prefer medicines to images by far. Yet the Arabs and Egyptians ascribed so much power to the statues and images fashioned by astronomical and magical art that they believe the spirits of the stars are enclosed in them. Now some regard the spirits of the stars as wonderful celestial forces, while others regard them as daemons attendant upon this star or that star. They think the spirit of the stars, whatever they may be, are introduced into statues, talismans, in the same way that daemons customarily use the occasions when they take possession of human bodies and speak, move themselves or other things, and work of wonders through them. They think the spirits of the stars do similar things through images. They believe that daemons who inhibit the cosmic fire are insinuated into our bodies through fiery or ignited humors, and likewise through spirit ignited by other spirits and fiery emotions. Similarly, they think that through rays caught at the right time and through fumigations, lights and loud tones, the spirits of the stars can be introduced into the compatible materials of images and can work wonders on the wearer or bystander. This could indeed be done, I believe, by daemons, but not so much because they have been constrained by a particular material as because they enjoy being worshipped. But I deal with these things more exhaustively elsewhere. The Arabs say that when we fashion images rightly, our spirit, if it has been intent upon the work and upon the stars through imagination and emotion, is joined together with the very spirit of the world, with the rays of the stars through which the world spirit acts. And when our spirit has been so joined, it too becomes a cause why, and the world spirit by the way of the rays, a particular spirit in any given star, that is, a certain vital power, is poured into the image, especially a power which is consonant with the spirit of the operator. They say that a work of this kind is helped also by fumigations which have been adapted to the stars, because such fumigations thus directly affect the air, the rays, the spirit of the maker, and the material of the image. But I think odors, being very similar in nature to spirit and to air, and consistent also, especially if they are burning, with the rays of the stars if they are solar or jovial, they strongly influence the air and spirit towards capturing the gifts of the sun or of Jupiter, whichever is then dominant, when the work is done opportunely under his rays. And I think that the spirit which has been so influenced and so gifted cannot act only on its own body with a more powerful influence, but also, albeit less strongly, on one nearby, especially one similar to it in nature, and can influence it with a similar quality. The harder material of an image, however, can, I think, scarcely catch the least bit from odors and the imagination of the operator, but the spirit itself can be so influenced by odor that the two become one. The last is clear from the fact that an odor acts no further on the sense of smell after it has registered, for the sense of smell, like anything else, experiences nothing either from itself or from anything very similar to itself, but more of this elsewhere. Accordingly, it is my opinion that the intention of the imagination does not have its power so much in fashioning images or medicines as it does in the applying and swallowing them. And so if anyone, as they say, wears an image which has been properly fashioned, or certainly if anyone uses a rightly made medicine, and yearns vehemently to get help from it, it believes with all of his heart and hopes with all of his strength, he will surely get a great deal more help from whether the heat-activated powers of images. If there is any such power, at least there is the natural power in its well-chosen materials. It penetrates the flesh of the person in contact with it, or certainly when the strength of the medicine is taken internally, flows into the veins and marrow, carrying with it a jovial property. Then the human spirit is transformed into this jovial spirit by an effect which is love, for love has the power to transform. Faith, too, and unwavering hope, now can calm a person's spirit which has been so excited by the jovial spirit inside, and make it firm. But if, as Hippocrates and Galen teach, the love and faith of the sick person towards the doctor, a lower and external agent, are very conducive to health, or rather, as Avicenna says, this faith does more than medicine. How much good for achieving help from heaven should we expect from our passion and faith in a celestial influence, already implanted within us, working within and penetrating our vitals? Now, the same love and faith toward a celestial gift are often the cause of celestial aid and love and faith, and in turn perhaps sometimes get their start from this fact, that the kindness of the heavens is already befriending us for this very gift. On the power of words and song for capturing celestial benefits
and on the 7 steps that lead to celestial things. Chapter 21. In addition, they hold certain words pronounced with a quite strong emotion that have great force to aim the effective images precisely where no emotions and words are directed, and so on. In order to bring 2 people together in passionate love, they used to fashion an image when the moon was above the horizon and was coming together with Venus in Pisces or Taurus, and they followed many precise directions involving stars and words which I will not tell you, for we are not teaching philters but medicine. It is, however, more likely that an effect of this sort is achieved either by venereal daemons who rejoice in such deeds and words, or by daemons who are simply deceivers. For they say Apollonius of Tyana often caught an unmasked Lamy, that is, lascivious and venereal daemons who take the shape of beautiful girls and entice handsome men. As the serpent with its mouth sucks the elephant, so they likewise suck those men, using the genital opening as a mouth, and drain them dry. But I leave this to Apollonius. That a specific and great power exists in specific words is the claim of Origen and Contra-Celsum, of Synesius and Alkindi, who they argue about magic, and likewise Zoroaster, where he forbids the alteration of barbarian words, and also of Iamblichus in the course of the same argument. The Pythagoreans also make this claim, who used to perform wonders by words and songs and sounds in the Theban and Orphic manner. The Hebrew doctors of old practiced this more than anyone else, and all poets sing of the wondrous things that are brought about by songs. And even the famous and venerable Cato in his De Re Rustica sometimes uses barbarous incantations to cure the disease of his farm animals. But it is better to skip incantations. Nevertheless, that singing through which the young David used to reveal Saul's insanity, unless the sacred text demands that it be attributed to divine agency, one might attribute to nature. Now, since the planets are 7 in number, there are also 7 steps through which someone from on high can be attracted to the lower things. Sounds occupy the middle position and are dedicated to Apollo. Harder materials, stones and metals, hold the lowest rank and thus seem to resemble the moon. Second, in ascending order, are things composed of plants, fruits of trees, their gums, and the members of animals, and all these correspond to Mercury, if we follow in the heavens the order of the Chaldeans. Third, are very fine in powders of their vapors selected from among the materials I have already mentioned, and the odors of plants and flowers used as simples, and of ointments. They pertain to Venus. Fourth, are words, song, and sounds, all of which are rightly dedicated to Apollo, whose greatest invention is music. Fifth, are the strong concepts of imagination, forms, motions, and passions, which suggest the force of Mars. Sixth, are the sequential arguments and deliberations of the human reason, which pertain designedly to Jupiter. Seventh, are the more remote and simple operations of the understanding, almost now disjoined from motion and conjure to the divine. They are meant for Saturn, whom deservedly the Hebrews call Sabbath, from the word for rest. Why all of this? To teach you, and even as a certain compound of plants and vapors, made through both medical and astronomical science, yields a common form of medicine, like a harmony endowed with gifts from the stars. So tones first chosen the rule of the stars, and then combined them according to the congruity of these stars, and with each other make a sort of common form, presumably a melody or a chord, and in its celestial power arises. It is indeed very difficult to judge exactly what kind of tones are suitable for what sorts of stars, what combination of tones especially accord with what sorts of constellations and aspects. But we can attain this, partly through our own efforts, partly by some divine destiny. For Andromachus wrote, he wore himself for the ages compounding theriac, and finally, after all that effort, he found the power of theriac by divine destiny. Both Galen and Avicenna confirm that this happened by divine aid. Indeed, Iamblichus of Apollonius of Tyana testify that all medicine had its origin in inspired prophecy, and therefore they make Phoebus the seer preside over medicine. We will apply 3 principal rules for this undertaking, provided you be warned beforehand not to think that we are speaking here of worshipping the stars, but rather of imitating them and thereby trying to capture them. And do not believe that we are dealing with gifts which the stars are going to give by their own election, but rather by a natural influence. We strive to adapt ourselves to this multifarious and occult influence by the same studied methods we use every day, and to make ourselves fit to receive, in a healthy manner, the perceivable light and heat of the sun. But it is the wise man alone who adapts himself to the occult and wonderful gifts of this influence. Now, however, let us go on to the rules that are going to accommodate our songs to the stars. The first is to inquire diligently what powers in itself, or what efforts from itself, a given star, constellation, or aspect has. What do they remove? What do they bring? And insert these into the meaning of our words, so as to detest what they remove and approve what they bring. Second rule is to take note of what special star rules what place or person, and then observe what sorts of tones and songs these regions and persons generally use, so that you may supply similar ones, together with the meanings that I have just mentioned, to the words which you are trying to expose to the same stars. Thirdly, observe the daily positions and aspects of the stars, and discover what principal speeches, songs, motions, dances, moral behavior, and actions most people are usually incited by these, so that you may imitate such things as far as possible in your song, which aims to please the particular part of heaven that resembles them, and to catch an influence that resembles them. But remember that song is the most powerful imitator of all things. It imitates the intentions and passions of the soul as well as the words. It represents also people's physical gestures, motions, and actions as well as their characters, and imitates all these acts them out so forcibly that it immediately provokes both the singer and the audience to imitate the act out the same things. By the same power, when it imitates the celestials, it also wonderfully arouses our spirit upwards to the celestial influence, and the celestial influence downwards to our spirit. Now, the very matter of song, indeed, is altogether purer and more similar to the heavens than is the matter of medicine. For this is air, hot or warm, still breathing and somehow living, like an animal. It is composed of certain parts and limbs of its own, and not only possesses motion and displays passion, but even carries meaning like a mind. So it can be said that a kind of airy and rational animal. Song, therefore, which is full of spirit and meaning, if it corresponds to this or that constellation, not only in the things it signifies, its parts, and the form from the results of those parts, but also in the disposition of the imagination. As much power does any other combination of things, and casts it into the singer, and from him into the nearby listener. It has this power as long as it keeps the vigor and the spirit of the singer, especially if the singer himself be Phoebean by nature and have in his heart a powerful, vital animal spirit. For just as the natural power and spirit, when it is strongest, not only immediately softens and dissolves the hardest food and soon renders harsh food sweet, but also generates offspring outside to inside by the emission of the seminal spirit. So the vital and animal power, when it is most efficacious, not only acts powerfully on its own body, when its spirit undergoes a very intense conception and agitation through song, but soon also moves neighboring body by emanation. The power influences both its own and the other body by a certain stellar property, which it drew from both on its own form and from the election of a suitable astrological hour. For this reason in particular, many dwellers in the East and South, especially Indians, are said to have an admirable power in their words, as these people are for the most part solar. I say that they are the most powerful of all, not in their natural, but in their vital and animal forces. And the same goes for all persons in other areas who are especially Phoebean. Now, song which arises from this power, timeless and intention, is undoubtedly nothing else but animal spirit recently conceived in you in the power of your spirit, a spirit made solar and acting both in you and in the bystander by the power of the sun. For a certain vapor and spirit directed outwards through the rays of the eyes, or by other means, can sometimes fascinate, infect, or otherwise influence a bystander. Much more can a spirit do this, when it pours out from both imagination and heart at the same time, more abundant, more fervent, and more apt to motion. Hence, it is no wonder at all that by means a song diseases, both mental and physical, can sometimes be cured or brought on, especially since a musical spirit of this kind is properly touches and acts on the spirit, which is the mean between body and soul, and immediately affects both the one and the other with its influence. You will allow that there is a wondrous power and in aroused and singing spirit, if you allow the Pythagoreans and Platonists that the heavens are a spirit and that they order all things through their motions and tones. Remember that all music proceeds from Apollo, that Jupiter is a musical to the extent that he is constant with Apollo, and that Venus and Mercury claim music by their proximity to Apollo, i.e. the sun. Likewise, remember that song pertains to only one of those four. The other three planets have voices but not songs. Now we attribute to Saturn the voices that are slow, deep, harsh. To Mars, voices that are the opposite, quick, sharp, and fierce, menacing. The moon has voices in between. The music, however, of Jupiter is deep, earnest, sweet, and joyful with stability. To Venus, on the contrary, we ascribe songs voluptuous with wantonness and softness. The songs between these two extremes we ascribe to the Sun and Mercury. If with their grace and smoothness they are reverential, simple, and earnest, the songs are judged to be Apollo's. If they are somewhat more relaxed than Apollo's or Jupiter's, along with their gaiety, but vigorous and complex, they are Mercury's. Accordingly, you will win over one of these four to yourself by using their songs, especially if you supply musical notes that fit their songs. When at the right astrological hour you declaim aloud by singing and playing in the manners we have specified for the four gods, they seem to be just about to answer you like an echo, or like a string in a lute, trembling to the vibration of another which has similarly been tuned. And this will happen to you from heaven as a natural, says Plotinus and Iamblichus, as a tremor re-echoes from a lute, or an echo arises from an opposite wall. Assuredly, whenever your spirit, by frequent use of jovial, mercurial, or venereal harmony, a harmony performed while these planets are dignified, singing that at the same time most intently and most conformingly in itself with the harmonies, becomes jovial and mercurial or venereal. It will meanwhile become Theban as well, since the power of Phoebus himself, the ruler of music, flourishes in every consonance. And conversely, when you become Theban from the Theban song and notes, you at the same time lay claim to the power of Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. And again, from your spirit, influenced within, you have similar influence on your soul and body. Remember, moreover, that a prayer, when it has been suitably and seasonably composed and is full of emotion and forceful, has a power similar to a song. There is no use in reporting with great power. Damis and Philostratus tell us that certain Indian priests have in their prayers, nor in mentioning the words that they say Apollonius employed to call up the shade of Achilles. For we are now speaking of worshipping divinities, but of natural speech of power, song and words, that there is indeed certain sounds of Theban and medical power. It is clear from the fact that in Puglia everyone who is stung by the phalangium, meaning one of the various kinds of venomous spiders, becomes stunned and lies half dead until each hears a certain sound proper to him. For then he dances along with sound, works up a sweat, and gets well. And if 10 years later he hears a similar sound, he feels a sudden urge to dance. I gather from the evidence that this sound is solar and jovial. 7 ways in which we can accommodate ourselves to celestial things. The sorts of people to whom Saturn is malign, to whom propitious, and whom Jupiter defends from Saturn, and how the heavens act on the spirit, body, and the soul. Chapter 22. Since the heavens have been constructed according to a harmonic plan and move harmonically and bring everything about by harmonic sounds and motions, it is logical that through harmony alone, not only human beings but all things below are prepared to receive, according to their abilities, celestial things. In the preceding chapter we distribute the harmony capable of receiving things above into 7 steps, through images, as they believe, put together harmonically, through medicines tempered with a certain proper consonance, through vapors and odors, completed with similar consonants, through musical songs and sounds, which rank in power we wish to associate gestures of the body, dancing, and ritual movements, through well-accorded concepts and motions of the imagination, through fitting discourses of reason, through tranquil contemplations of the mind. For just as we expose the body sensibly to light, the heat of the sun, through its daily harmony, that is, through its location, posture, and shape, so also we expose our spirit in order to obtain the occult forces of the stars through a similar harmony of its own, attained by images as they believe, certainly by medicines and by odors harmonically composed. Finally, we expose our soul and our body to such occult forces through the spirit so prepared for things above, as I have often said. Yes, our soul in so far as it is inclined by its affection to the body and spirit. Now the soul we locate the imagination, the reason, and the understanding. Our imagination is able to be so disposed, composed, and conformed especially to Mars or to the sun, either on account of the quality of the motion of our spirit, or through our election, or through both, that it might instantly be a proper receptacle for martial or Phoebean influence. Similarly, our reason, either through the imagination and the spirit together, or through deliberation, or through both, by imitation, is so able to adapt itself to Jupiter on account of its dignity and nearness to him that it can receive Jupiter, and the rewards of Jupiter much more than the imagination or the spirit could, just as in the same principle, the imagination and the spirit can capture celestial things much more readily than do inferior things or materials. Lastly, the contemplating intellect, in so far as it separates itself not only from the things that we perceive, but even from those things which we commonly imagine, and which we prove about human behavior, and in so far as it recollects itself in emotion, and in intention, and in life to supra-physical things, exposes itself somewhat to Saturn. To this faculty alone is Saturn propitious. For just as the sun is hostile to nocturnal animals, but friendly to the diurnal, so Saturn is hostile to those people who are either leading publicly or ordinary life, or even to those fleeing the contemporary of the crowd, but not laying aside their ordinary emotions. For Saturn has relinquished the ordinary life to Jupiter, but he claims for himself a life sequestered and divine. The minds of those who are truly sequestered as much as possible, he is in a way friendly as to his kinfolk. For Saturn himself is, to speak platonically, the place of Jupiter to the spirits inhabiting the sublime sphere, just as Jupiter is the helping father to people leading ordinary lives. He is most hostile of all, however, to people professing the contemplative life and not practicing it, for neither does Saturn acknowledge these as his own, nor does Jupiter. The temper of Saturn and them aim that they are fleeing ordinary laws and customs or company of men, for Jupiter has taken over the latter. They say, in him who has been conjoined to Saturn, and Saturn has taken over things which transcend the physical. It is because of this that the lunar people whom Socrates described in the Phaedo, inhabiting that the surface of the earth, which is outermost and higher than the clouds, living very soberly, happy to be vegetarians, dedicated to the study of the more secret wisdom and to the religion, taste the felicity of Saturn, and they lead a life so prosperous and long that they are held not to be such mortals as immortal daemons, whom may call heroes, and the golden race enjoyed by a Saturnian age and kingdom. I think perhaps the Arabic astrologers held this when they said beyond the equinoctial line towards the south, certain very insubstantial daemons live, who seem neither to be born nor die, and that their Saturn and the dragon's tail hold sway. Indeed, Albumasar, in his book Seder, seems to confirm this, saying that certain regions of India are subject to Saturn, and that people there are very long-lived and die in extreme old age. And the explanation he assigns is that Saturn harms outsiders, not his own household. you certainly should not neglect the power of Saturn, for the Arabic writers say he is the most powerful of all, that we know planets submit their powers to those whom they are approaching, but that all approach him, rather than vice versa, because he is the slowest, and that the planets in conjunction with him act according to his nature. For he is, of all planets, the head of the widest sphere. Certainly any planet in the head of its sphere and its heart is the eye. Saturn is also a neighbor to the innumerable fixed stars, and indeed he is very similar to the premium mobile, which, because he travels in lengthy circuit, he is the highest of planets. Hence they call that man fortunate whom Saturn fortunately favors. And although most people are terrified of him as alien from the ordinary life of man, nevertheless the Arabs consider he is agreeable even to the common life, whenever he has very great power and dignity as he ascends, or his Jupiter, his temperer, aspects him favorably or receives him well in his terms. Otherwise, unseasonably received in matter, particularly gross matter, his influence is like a poison, just as by putrefaction or adjuzations or an egg may become poisonous. Such an influence certain people are born or become impure, lazy, sad, envious, and exposed to impure demons. Flee far from the company of these. For in other places the poison of Saturn lies hidden and dormant like sulfur far from flame, but in living bodies it often blazes up and, like kindled sulfur, not only burns but fills everything around it with noxious vapor and infects the bystanders. Against this influence of his, generally alien to, and in a way unsuitable for human beings, Jupiter arms us by means of the following: with his natural quality, with certain foods and medicines of his, with images as they think, and with behavior, business dealings, studies and affairs properly pertaining to himself. But it is not only these who flee to Jupiter who escape the noxious influence of Saturn and undergo his propitious influence. It is also those who give themselves over their whole mind to divine contemplation, signified by Saturn himself. Chaldeans, the Egyptians, Platonists think that by this method one could avoid the malice of fate. For since they believe the celestials are not empty bodies, but bodies divinely animated and ruled moreover by divine intelligences, no wonder they believe that as many good things as possible come forth thence from men, good pertaining not only to our body and spirit, but also overflowing somewhat into our soul, and not into our soul from their bodies, but from their souls. And they believe, too, that the same sort of things and more of them flow out of those intelligences which are above the heavens. In the midst of these things, you want to assign all the reasons which lead Moses to command the Hebrews to be at leisure on the Sabbath. Perhaps you will discover behind it a more sublime and secret allegory. The day of Saturn unfit for action, in peace of war, but fit for contemplation and for beseeching divine patronage, on that same day against dangers. Abraham and Samuel, and most of the Hebrew astrologers, testified that they were able to achieve just this and aid the malice of Mars and Saturn by elevating their minds to God and by vows and sacrifices, thus confirming that rule of the Chaldeans: if you lift your ardent mind to work of piety, you will also preserve your weak body. Noteworthy is that statement of Iamblichus, The celestial and cosmic divinities include some powers higher than they are some lower. Through the latter, they blind us in the effects of fate, but through the former, in turn, they free us from fate, as if they have keys, as Orpheus says, for opening and closing. Much more, therefore, does a super-celestial divinity redeem us from a fatal necessity. It would be very worthwhile to explore that Hebrew notion, namely that in ritual slaughter of animals, and in the scattering of our possessions in a sacrifice, the evil menacings us from the heavens are deflected from us to our possessions. But we leave these things to our friend Pico to explore. Finally, whenever we say celestial goods descend to us, understand, 1. That gifts from the celestial bodies come into our bodies through our rightly prepared spirit. 2. That even before that, through their rays the same gifts flow into a spirit exposed to them either naturally or by whatever means. And 3. That the goods of the celestial souls partly leap forth into this spirit through rays, and from there overflow into our souls, and partly come straight from their souls, or from angels, into human souls, which have been exposed to them. Exposed, I say, not so much by some natural means, as by the election of free will, or by affection. In summary, consider that those who, by prayer, by study, by manner of life, and by conduct imitate the benefits, the action, and order of the celestials, since they are most similar to the gods, receive fuller gifts from them. But consider too that men artificially made alien and discordant to the disposition of the celestials are secretly miserable, and in the end become publicly unhappy. To live well and prosper, first know your natural bent, your star, your genius, and the place suitable to these. Here live. Follow your natural profession. Chapter 23. Whoever is born possessed of a sound mind is naturally formed by the heavens for some honorable work and way of life. Whoever therefore wants to have the heavens propitious, let him undertake above all his work this way of life. Let him pursue it zealously, for the heavens favor his undertakings. Assuredly, for this above all, else you were made by nature, the activity from which tender years you do speak, play, act, choose, dream, imitate, an activity which you try more frequently, which you perform more easily, in which you make the most progress, which you enjoy above all else, which you leave off unwillingly, that assuredly is this the thing for which the heavens and the Lord of your horoscope gave you birth? Therefore, they will promote your undertakings, and will favor for life, and the extent that you follow the auspices of the Lord and your generature, especially if that Platonic doctrine is true, with which all antiquity agrees, that every person has at birth one certain daemon, that guardian of his life, assigned by his own personal star, which helps him through that very task which the celestials summoned him for which he was born. Therefore, anyone having thoroughly scrutinized his own natural bent herein begins to use the ingenium, its normal sense, by the aforesaid indicators, will also discover his natural work as to discover at the same time his own star and daemon, following the beginnings laid down by them all. he will act successively, he will live prosperously. If not, he will find fortune adverse, and will sense that the heavens are his enemy. Hence, there are two kinds of people who are unfortunate beyond rest: those who, having professed nothing, do nothing at all; others who subject themselves to a profession unsuited to their natural bent, contrary to their genius. The do-nothings vegetate lazily, when all the time the ever-moving heavens are continually inciting them to activity. The misfits, while they do things unsuited to their celestial patrons, labor in vain, and their supernal patrons desert them. The first sort confirms the ancient proverb: the gods help those who are doing something. They are hostile to the lazy. The second confirms another ancient proverb: do nothing with Minerva unwilling. I think it is for this reason the Pythagoreans verses beseech Jupiter either that he himself would reveal the human race of its many evils, or that at least he would show us what daemon we should adopt as our elder. Consequently, it would be worthwhile to investigate exactly what region your star and your daemon initially designated you to dwell in and cultivate, because there they will favor you more. Assuredly, it is that region in which, as soon as you reach it, your spirit is somehow refreshed through and through, where your sense stays vigorous, where your physical health is stronger, where the majority favor you more, where your wishes come true. Learn about these things, therefore, by experience. Select the region where you find them, inhabit them. Bring it with good fortune. When you leave it, your fortune will be bad, unless you return and undertake similar activities. But while you are within this region, exercise by keeping constantly in motion, and make various circular movements like those of heavenly bodies, since by their movings and circlings you engendered, or by making similar motions you will be preserved. In addition, it will be useful for you to keep in mind what pertains to your dwelling place, just as the country supplies to its city the food necessary for life, but the city consumes it. So also you extend life itself by frequent residence in the country, where weariness will never begin with you. But in the city, you wear down your life as much by not working as by working, as far as pertains to dwelling and profession. That saying of the Oriental astrologers is by no means to be scorned, namely, that by change of name, profession, habits, manner of living, and place, the celestial influence can be changed in us as much for the better as for the worse. The Platonist will judge that daemons are also replaced, or that we behave differently toward the same daemons in one place or in another. The astrologers agree with the Platonist that the guardian daemons of every individual whatsoever can be two, the one proper to his nativity, the other to his profession. As often as our profession agrees with our nature, we are attended by the same daemon for each, or at least a very similar one, and our life will thence be more internally harmonious and tranquil. But if our profession sits ill with our natural bent, the daemon acquired by art is discordant with the natural genius and the life of the troublesome and full of care. For those who want to find out what sort of daemon attended every individual from its very begetting, Porphyry searches for a role from the planet that is lord of the geniture. Now the lord of the geniture, Julius Firmicus affirms, that is either that planet who has the greater number of dignities at the time, or else, on the basis of a sounder opinion, the one whose house the moon will be enter
just after leaving the sign which she occupies when the man is born. But one's daemon, Julius Firmicus thinks, cannot be sought out from that same rule, but rather, according to the Chaldean opinion, from the sun or the moon. From the sun to the moon in a daytime nativity, conversely from the moon to the sun in a nighttime nativity. When you have computed the interval between these, you measure out an equal space descending from the degree of the ascendant, and you note in what term you stop, to whichever star from term belongs. They think your daemon belongs to that. But in short, the cause, there they will favor you more. Assuredly, that is that region in which, as soon as you reach it, your spirit is somehow refreshed through and through, where your sense stays vigorous, where your physical health is stronger, where the majority favor you. The Lord of the Nativity together with the daemon. They usually assess your course of life and your fortune. I add fortune because some compute your part of fortune by nearly the same system. The ancient wish that their daemon would have descended to them from the same cardine of the heavens, namely from the east or from the west, or from the mid-heaven, either above us or below us, or at least from the 11th or the 5th place. The 11th, indeed, is succeedent to the mid-heaven above our heads and is called the good daemon, but is in a sextile aspect with that degree which is ascendant from the east, but the 5th place is succeedent to the mid-heaven beneath our feet and is called good fortune, and is in a trine aspect with the degree of the ascendant. As the third choice, if a daemon came only from a cadent place, they wished him to have come from at least from either the 9th or the 3rd, for the 9th place is called God, the 3rd, Goddess, and the former is in a trine aspect with the degree of the ascendant, the latter in a sextile. But they had a horror of the cadent 12th and 6th places, naming the former indeed bad daemon, the latter bad fortune. We, however, thinking it superfluous to wish that for things we have already happened to advise, observing the same places which they have wanted observed for daemons and fortunes, for the purpose rather of accommodating the planets and stars for the effecting of some work, whether they be in the cardines or in the 2 succeedent places which we listed, or at least the very latest in the 2 cadent places which we previously named. For it is not irrelevant that they say that the sun rejoices in the 9th place, the moon in the 3rd, Jupiter in the 11th, Venus in the 5th, for these places aspect the degree of the ascendant. But let us return to the subject with which we began. Therefore, let us first of all search out inclination of our nature and our daemon, whether that by experiment and careful attention, which we narrated above, or by the astrological art, which I have just now recounted. We will judge a person to be unfortunate who has professed no respectable employment, for he does not undertake respectable work, does not in fact have a demonic guide in his profession, and he scarcely has a demonic guide for his natural self neither. For it is his duty to the stars and daemons, or guiding angels divinely stationed on guard, to act always excellently on a grand scale. Still less fortunate in the person who, as we have said, subjects himself by a profession contrary to his nature to a daemon unlike his genius. Now remember that you receive daemons, or, if you will, angels, more and more worthy by degrees, in accordance with the dignity of the profession. It is still worthier ones in public government, but even If you proceed to these more excellent levels, you can receive from your genius and natural bent on an art and course of life neither contrary to nor very unlike themselves. Once more, remember to go in the company of those to whom celestial graces are propitious. You will assess that people have from the goods of the soul, the body, and of the fortune. For just as odor from musk, something good exhales from the good of man to his neighbor, and once infused, often persists. But a party of 3 fortunate ones would be wonderful, or of 2, overflowing wonderfully into each other. And finally, remember to flee far away from the unbridled, the impudent, the malicious, and the unlucky. For these, being full of bad daemons or rays, are maleficent, and like lepers and people stricken with the plague, they harm not only by touch but even by proximity and sight. Indeed, mere proximity of animate bodies is thought to constitute contact on account of the very powerful exhalation of the vapors emanating outward from the bodily heat, from spirit, from emotions. But most pestilent of all will be the company of the prolific, the cruel, and if it's true that after the infusion of the vegetable life in us in the month of Jupiter, that is the 2nd, next in the month of Mars, the 3rd, the sensual soul is infused, given over to agitation. For those who are carried away by agitation, being full of Mars, in fact, infect their neighbors with martial contagion. By a contrary principle, however, the frequent company and close contact with the fortunate and the excellent, as we have said, usually does wonders for you. They say that Apollonius of Tyana apprehended an old man of Ephesus, in whose shape lay hidden a daemon, who by his presence alone was contaminating the whole city with the plague. Xenophon and Plato testify how much Socrates profited many by his presence alone. By what system people dedicated to learning may recognize their natural bent and follow a manner of life suitable to their guardian spirit. Chapter 24. But since I am addressing people dedicated to learning, I want every single lover of letters to bear in mind that he is primarily mercurial, and solar besides, insofar as Mercury himself is solar. And this is the condition common to all of them. Individually, however, aside from the mercurial nature, a person who excels in the grace of eloquence, in amiability, in dignity and charm, should acknowledge the Apollo in him and the Venus. A person who is more inclined to laws or natural and public philosophy should be aware that he has Jupiter for a patron. But a person who is stimulated into scrutinizing curiously the depths of secret things should know himself to be not only mercurial, but saturnine. Under Saturn's leadership, too, are all those who delve as far as possible into any pursuit, especially those who neglect his affairs, and finally, if it is true, what some of both the natural philosophers and the astrologers report, that the soul endowed with the intellect descends into the human focus in the month of the sun, that is, the 4th, then people who live very much by the intellect are principally solar, from birth and daily become more so. And you should seek to favor of these planets for these people. Under their influence, medicine should be combined. In their region, such people should live. But you, literary people, cultivators of the muses, I summon especially to Apollo, the leader of the muses. Therefore, O beloved brothers in the love of the Muses, those among you who can work out their intelligence much more and longer than with their body, should be aware that at one time, in their nativity, Phoebe indeed supplied very little matter, but infused a great deal of Phoebus's spirit. Indeed, that in their body humors and food daily resolve the most part into spirit. Every one of you, therefore, is almost Holy Spirit, spiritual man, I say, disguised in this little earthly body, wearing his spirit with a constant labor more than others do, so that more than theirs in this spirit must be constantly renewed. Moreover, in old age, when generally it becomes grosser, it must be recalled to its proper subtlety. You are fully aware the gross body is fed with the four gross elements. You should know, therefore, that the spiritual body is nourished with its own four subtle elements. For to this body wine is in the place of the earth. Odor of wine takes the place of water. Song and sound acts as its light. And air is the light, represents the fire of the element of fire. By these four especially, the spirit is fed. By wine, I say, by its odor, by song, and similarly by light. But somehow, having started at first with Apollo, we immediately fall into the mention of Bacchus. And justly indeed, from light we proceed to heat, from ambrosia to nectar, and from intuition of truth to ardent love of truth. For assuredly Phoebus and Bacchus are brothers and inseparable companions. Phoebus brings us principally two things, namely light and the lyre. Just so, Bacchus brings us principally two things in particular, wine and the odor of wine, to renew the spirit, by the daily use of which the spirit finally becomes Theban and liberated. Therefore, prepare yourself daily for receiving the light of the sun, so that you live in the light as continually possible without sweating and dehydration, or at least in sight of the light, both at a distance and near, both covered and open to the sky, everywhere tempering the vital power of the sun to your use, and in the night recalling the sun by fire, meanwhile not forgetting the lute and song. Whether waking or sleeping, always breathe living air, air living with light. You ought to take a similar attitude towards wine, the gift of Bacchus, begotten by the kindness of Apollo. Take wine in the same proportion as light, abundantly, so long as neither sweat nor dehydration, as I said, nor drunkenness occurs. But besides the substance of wine taken twice daily, absorb more frequent the odor, partly indeed by rinsing your mouth with wine whenever you need to recreate your spirit, partly by washing your hands in it, partly by applying it to your nostrils and temples. Now, brothers, I've conversed with you enough, and we've drunk together enough. Therefore, farewell. Astronomical care to be taken in procreating children, in preparing meals, in buildings, and in one's dwelling place and clothing, and how much it is permissible to care about such things. Chapter 25. But it will be useful to speak also for a moment with the severe ecclesiastical prelate. Go on. Prelate, say, what do you condemn in the use of the stars? Whatever detracts, you say, from our free will, from whatever derogates from the worship of one God. With you, I not only condemn these things, but even bitterly curse them. Furthermore, I know you curse, and I even have a horror of some people, as pitiable as they are foolish, who,
when they want to prevail on God with their entreaties, have recourse on Jupiter in mid-heaven, while he is in that vast head of the dragon. And by that dragon, namely the one who once fell from heaven, drawing after him 1/3 of the stars. They must finally be devoured. But you concede that people can elect suitable hours for transacting contracts, marriages, conferences, journeys, and similar activities. I see you are not going to assent to this easily, fearing something or other than free will, although that great theologian Albertus will allow all this, and a certain reason will perhaps dictate that through the election and pertaining to free will, celestial things are just so as important to the use of our prudence as plants serve the physician. I therefore will still believe you for the present, and what you now permit with great difficulty I will dismiss with equal ease. But now for a long time you have permitted, I think, observations of the moon, and consequently of the other stars, for the purpose of curing diseases and preparing remedies for them. You have also allowed and even approved that people should scatter seed on the fields and plant vines and olives when the moon is waxing and increasing in light, and not made unfortunate from another source. So why not use the favor of the moon, or Jupiter, and of Phoebus for the planting, to speak in the manner of cynic philosophers, of man? For we always use Venus for this task, but more precisely, I should have said just, they always use, for Venus herself is but Diana to me, i.e., as a priest I am celibate. What in the same vein shall we say about food? Will it not be permitted? Will it not be good, both to make wine in autumn and to make bread and fine foodstuffs day by day under a fortunate star? But if in preparing these things we cannot just wait for the aspects of the stars, it will be expedient, at least, to take the sun, Jupiter, Venus, and the moon when ascending, or else in the Cardines, for thus everything we use, having been fortunately influenced by the heavens, will fortunately influence us. This much I see you are going to accept without controversy, unless perhaps you say that our life would thus be nothing but perpetual servitude. To this I answer, in vain are mortals going to slave to accumulate money and honors, for which they are always sold into slavery, unless they meanwhile by medical care accumulate more days of life for themselves. Therefore, either let them serve God alone, which indeed is best, or if they are going to serve something else besides, let them give themselves up rather to a life both strong and long than to money and empty honors. So we are agreed. But they aren't going to set up houses rashly or live in unfortunate ones, are they? They aren't going to live in houses where an epidemic disaster actually so infects the inhabitants that the poisonous vapor of the plague, which can be retained by the partitions even for as long as 2 years, just as it lurks from the epidemic in a garment, infects long afterwards after the unwary user and kills him. And since we have happened to mention clothing here, you will forbid a person, pious father, when making a garment on first wearing it, to take care to catch a little of Venus's breath, by which the garment, becoming as it were venereal, may likewise imbue the body and spirit with a beneficial quality. Don't doctors prohibit wolfskins and recommend lambskins? Well, perhaps a star influences garments that are, as it were, born day by day, when they are not put on, just as well as does garments born once and for all from the start, on the lamb or wolf, that clothing and other products of art do receive a particular quality from a star. Thomas Aquinas confirms on his book on the fate, and you therefore will affirm it, but that infected clothing infects the user. Even the scabies and leprosy testify. In conclusion, if you care for the life of people, as I think you do, you will permit these things, and I, with your permission, will advise that they be practiced. If, however, while not disapproving indeed the care of this dying life, you still admonish us to neglect it, I do indeed neglect it, relying on my confidence in a better life, and I counsel others to do likewise. Farewell. How, by exposing lower things to higher things, you can bring down the higher, and cosmic gifts, especially through cosmic materials. Chapter 26. But let us digress too long from what we initially started to do. Interpreting Plotinus. Let us review it briefly as follows. As Plato teaches, echoing Timaeus the Pythagorean, the world has been produced by the good itself, the best it could possibly have been. It is therefore not only corporal, but participating in life and intelligence as well. Accordingly, besides this body of the whole world, manifest habitually to our senses, a body that is spirit hides within it, which escapes the capacity of our weak senses. In this spirit flourishes a soul, and in this soul shines an intelligence. And just as in this sublunary realm air is not mixed with earth except through water, nor fire with water except through air, so in the universe a sort of bait or kindling for linking our soul to body is that which very thing we call spirit. Soul, too, is a sort of kindling in both the spirit and the body of the world, so that they can attain to a divinely given intellect, just as extreme dryness in wood prepares it to be penetrated by oil. And oil, imbibed by this wood, is fuel for the fire. I mean, for the heat in the first instance. And the same heat is the vehicle for light, as if this wood were not a sort which we sometimes see, a sort which, when set on fire, glows but is not consumed. Now we will see this example whether something beneath the moon, be it a person or something else, can somehow receive by certain well-timed preparations, partly natural, partly sought out by art, certain vital and even perhaps intellectual goods from above. But what in this concerns religion, we will discuss in another and latter place, where Plotinus will bring it up. But concerning natural influences coming from above, whatever they may be, you should know that art can only attain them in ourselves and our materials. Thus, when nature shall have supplied it to us, and our materials, the fomentations for them, and when the heavens shall have seasonably arranged themselves for them. It is not true that nature, in the foetus as the artificer of the foetus, when she has disposed the little body in a certain way, she shaped it, straightway by means of this very preparation, like a bait, leads down the spirit from the universe, as does the fetus, not through this spirit and another fomentation absorbed life and soul, and finally through a particular species and disposition of the soul. The body thus animated is worthy at last of the presence of a divinely given mind. Yes, everywhere nature is a sorceress, as Plotinus and Synesius say,
in that she everywhere entices particular things by particular foods, just as she attracts heavy things by the power of the earth's center, light things by the power of the moon's sphere, leaves by heat, roots by moisture, and so on. By means of this attraction, the wise men of India testify, the world binds itself together, and they say that the world is an animal which is masculine and at the same time feminine throughout, and that it everywhere links itself with a mutual love of its members and so holds together. Moreover, the bond of its members inheres through the engrafted mind, which is blended through the limbs and moves, the whole bulk of mixes itself with the great body. Hence, Orpheus called the very nature of the cosmos and Jupiter masculine and feminine. So eager is the world everywhere for the mutual union of its parts, that the masculine sex is truly everywhere mingled with the feminine. The order of signs testifies from up there, where successively, in that unending order of the preceding one is masculine, the subsequent one feminine. Trees and plants testify it from down here, just like animals, they have one sex or the other. I pass over the fact that fire, too, plays with air the role of a masculine and feminine, as so it does water to earth. So that it is no wonder that the members of the cosmos and its limbs yearn for a mutual union among themselves, and this union is brought about by the planets, some of which are masculine, some feminine, but especially Mercury, because he is masculine as well as feminine. He is also the father of Hermaphroditus. With his mind, agriculture prepares the field and the seed for celestial gifts, and by the grafting prolongs the life of the shoot and refashions it into another and better species. The doctor, the natural philosopher, and the surgeon achieve similar effects in our bodies, in order both to strengthen our nature and to obtain more productively the nature of the universe. The philosopher who knows about natural objects and stars, whom we rightly are accustomed to call magus, does the very same things. He seasonably introduces the celestial into the earthly by particular lures, just as the farmer interested in grafting brings the fresh graft into the old stock. Ptolemy also strongly argues this, affirming that a wise man of this sort can help the work of the stars, just as the farmer does the power of the earth. The magus subjects earthly things to these celestials, lower things everywhere to higher, just as particular females everywhere are subjected to males appropriate to them for impregnation, as iron to a magnet to get magnetized, as camphor to hot air for absorption, as crystal to the sun for illumination, as sulfur and sublimed liquor to a flame for kindling, as an eggshell, empty and full of dew, to the sun for elevation, or rather, the egg itself to the hen for hatching. Besides, some people, by warming eggs, even without animals, win over to them life from the universe, and often, by seasonably preparing certain materials, they procreate animals even without any eggs or perceivably seeds. For example, the scorpion from basil, bees from an ox, a bird like a blackbird from a sage. That is, they supply them with the life from the universe by particular materials at the right times. Like all these, our wise man, when he knows that, or what sort of materials, partly begun by nature, partly completed by art, and although they had been dispersed, grouped together, can receive what or what sort of influence from the heavens,
assembles these materials when that influence is most dominant. He prepares them, he brings them to bear, and he wins through them celestial gifts. For whenever a material is thus exposed to the celestials as a glass mirror to your face, and as an opposite wall to your voice, immediately it expresses something from above, from a most powerful agent, namely, the wonderful power and the life everywhere present, and it gains the power from that experience, just as from the face of the mirror reproduces an image, and from the voice the wall reproduces an echo. Plotinus uses the same examples in that place where, paraphrasing Hermes Trismegistus, he says that the ancient priests or magi used to capture in statues and material sacrifices something divine and wonderful. He holds, moreover, with Hermes Trismegistus, that through these materials they did not, properly speaking, capture divinities wholly separate from matter, but deities who were merely cosmic. And as I said from the beginning, and as Synesius demonstrates, cosmic, I say, that is, a life or something vital from the anima mundi and the souls of the spheres and of the stars, or even a motion and, as it were, a vital presence from the daemons. Indeed, the same Hermes who Plotinus follows holds that daemons of this kind, airy ones, not celestial, let alone any higher, are themselves present all along in the materials, and that Hermes himself put together statues from herbs, trees, stones, and spices, which had within themselves, as he says, a natural force of divinity. He added songs resembling the heavenly bodies. He says the divinities take delight in such songs and stay a longer time in the statues and help people or harm them. He adds that once the wise men of Egypt, who were also priests, since they were unable to persuade the people by reasoning that they were gods, that is, certain spirits in an ordinary sense, superior to mankind, thought up this magical lure, through which they could allure demons into the statues and thereby show that divinities exist. But Iamblichus condemns the Egyptians because they do not only accept daemons as steps in the search for higher gods, but frequently also worship them. Rather than the Egyptians, he prefers the Chaldeans, who were not preoccupied with daemons. The Chaldean priests of religion, I say, for I suspect the astrologers, both Chaldean and Egyptian, somehow tried to draw daemons through celestial harmony into earthen statues. This is what the astrologer Samuel Habrius, leaning on the authority of David Bill the astrologer, seems to signify, namely that ancient makers of images made statues which foretold the future. He says that the harmony of the heavenly bodies was accommodated to the statues. He says that they cast metal according to the form of a handsome man in the day of Mercury, Wednesday, and the third hour, i.e. of Saturn, and when the heavens were disposed as follows. Mercury draws near to Saturn in Aquarius in the ninth mundane house, which signifies prophecy. Mars ascends, the constellation Gemini signifies prophets, as they say, and is combusted by the sun and does not aspect Mercury. The sun aspects the place of the aforementioned conjunction, i.e., of Mercury and Saturn in Aquarius. Venus, meanwhile, occupies a cardine and is in the west of the sun and powerful, and the moon is in a trine aspect with the degree of the ascendant, and so is Saturn. This is what they say. But I think, in the first place, in accordance with the opinion of the blessed Thomas Aquinas, if
they made speaking statues at all. It was not a mere influence of the stars itself that formed the words within, but daemons. Secondly, if by chance it happened that these daemons did enter into the statues of this kind, I think they were not bound there by celestial influence, but rather deliberately indulged their worshippers, intending to deceive them in the end. To be sure, a superior nature of this kind is sometimes won over by an inferior, but it cannot be constrained, and that astrology arrangement described just above probably cannot happen all at one time. And although daemons cannot be enclosed in statues by any astronomical principle, nevertheless, were through worshipped pro-offered. They had been present, as Porphyry says, they have been rendered oracles by astronomical rules, and therefore frequently ambiguously. Porphyry is right to say ambiguously, since Iamblichus demonstrates that the true, certain prophecy cannot come from such evil daemons, nor is it produced by human arts or by nature. It is only produced if purified minds by a divine inspiration. But now let us get back to Hermes, or rather to Plotinus. Hermes says that the priest received an appropriate power from the nature of the cosmos and mixed it, i.e., its materials in the statues. Plotinus follows him and thinks that everything can be easily accomplished by the intermediation of the anima mundi, since the anima mundi generates and moves the forms of natural things through certain seminal reasons implanted in her from the divine. These reasons he even calls gods, since they are never cut off from the ideas of the Supreme Mind. He thinks, therefore, that through such seminal reasons, the anima mundi can easily apply herself to materials, since she has formed them to begin with. Through these same seminal reasons, when a magus or a priest brings to bear, at the right time, rightly grouped forms of things, forms which properly aim towards one reason or another, as the lodestone towards iron, rhubarb towards choler, saffron towards heat, agrimony and spodium towards the liver, spikenard and musk towards the brain. Sometimes it can happen that when you bring seminal reasons to bear on forms, higher gifts too may descend, since reasons in the anima mundi are conjoined to the intellectual forms in her, and through these to the ideas of the divine mind. Iamblichus, too, confirms this when he deals with sacrifices, on which we will dispute more seasonably at another place, where also it will appear how impure was the superstition of the heathen, but how pure was the piety of the gospel, which for was the most part we have already done in our book, De Religione Christiana. The end.